and welcome everyone to the Imperial Amateur League Grand Finals, brought to you by Paleo Gaming and sponsored by Chirp and the Game House as always. Now, if you don't know that these are the Grand Finals, then you surely don't you surely don't know the team. So my name is Ender L, and tonight we're going to be bringing you this best of 5 matchup between first place Precessions and third place Team Exile. These teams haven't faced off since about the end of the regular season, where Precessions edged out Exile in a 2-1 victory in a best of 3. And now we're seeing them back. Team Exile kind of got here by default after a couple forfeits in a row, but they made it here nonetheless to have a repeat matchup against Precessions. Now, we're already almost done with the bans. Jarvan Olaf Sivir taken away by Precessions, and Nidalee Shen and one more undisclosed champion banned away by Exile. Now, if you are familiar with these teams, you will notice a couple of changes for Team Exile. Note that Abrachi is no longer their jungler. That is Jarvan's helping, going to be jungling for them, and clearly Precessions realized that it's in the name. It's one of his favorite champions, that Jarvan. They ban it away. And Shadow Visions as well in the middle lane will be subbing in at least for a couple games for Holy KRP, as he is busy with life things and can't make it in time. Now, we already see that first pick Gnar. A lot of priority on that. Coming into this, looking at sort of the trends of the two teams, the two top laners, as well as the last series they played. The Gnar and the Shen were both highly contested, and when Shen is banned away, the Gnar is still left on the table, so Gnar definitely going to be picked up by Playgrounds. He played that in Game 1 in their last series and did some incredible work on that champion. Taking it to Exile and winning a game away. Karma, another contested pickup here. And the Jinx, actually, for Demonic Pro could be interesting. We see that locked in very, very early to be showing such a strange AD carry. Now, obviously, we have seen a lot of nerfs coming through to the top AD carries in the Ashe, the Jhin, the Sivir in the couple of patches leading up to today. That does leave room for some of these more niche AD carries, some lesser known AD carries like the Jinx. But first picking it, not sure if I agree with it 100%. Now, Rek'Sai, Cassiopeia, no real surprise from Precessions. Now we're going to have to see what the next two picks are for Exile. Already Precessions looking very dominant in every single role. Cassiopeia and Gnar both going to win out in the 1v1s pretty much against whoever gets thrown at them, and Rek'Sai just a very strong early game jungler, early to mid game jungler that can impact the map very heavily. Interestingly enough, we haven't seen the Taliyah come out. That is a favorite for a couple of these players, specifically N-, who played it 2 times in their last showdown. Aurelia, something we didn't really see, but Diana does play a fair bit of it. In solo queue, that Aurelia is his second most played behind an Olaf in the top lane, and Zac also could definitely be an option. We've been seeing Zac pop up, especially within LCS, the likes of Meteos picking him multiple times, but Team Exile do not want to show their jungler just yet, as they lock in Morgana, presumably for support, as Fullmetal Echo is a big-time Morgana player, one of his favorite champions down there in the support role, and obviously the Karma can easily flex into the middle lane. Gotta wait and see what the bot lane for Precessions is gonna be coming in here with. Obviously, they're just kind of picking down the line right now. Everyone's picking their own champion. And one of the more interesting things about these two teams is that neither AD carry really favors Ashe whatsoever. That's a pick that no one really cares about too heavily in solo queue. In the last series they played against each other, wasn't picked at all. Henry Rocks, a notorious Lucian player. Demonic Pro plays a fair bit of that champion as well, but Team Exile know that Henry Rocks absolutely rocks on his Lucian, and they ban that away. No surprise that Henry Rocks resorts to the Ezreal as he did for so many series leading up to this one here today. Last pick here for Team Exile. We've got a little bit of time for them to round that composition out with, but I really think something like the Zac is a little rough for them. I think they need a little bit harder engage, more reliable engage, rather than the Zac. Obviously, the Jarvan was banned away. Gragas has taken a pretty big hit. We may even see some Sejuani popping back up into the meta. No real buffs coming out to her, but if you remember back in the day, when her and Gragas were really powerful, they both did sort of similar things. They're both the big AP sort of tanks that initiate team fights very well, and Gragas for the longest time was the king, and maybe Sejuani was the queen or the princess, just waiting until that Gragas got knocked off his throne. But we're not going to be seeing that, at least here in game one, as the Zac is locked in for Team Exile. They're going to have to play this one pretty darn well. They're going to be using the Karma and the Morgana to buff up Diana's Aurelia up in the top lane, to buff up Demonic Pro and try and carry in these team fights. Whereas Precessions, they want to play back. And the composition Team Exile drafted is perfect for Precessions to play into, because all the kiting coming out of Gnar, Cassiopeia, Bard, Ezreal, all of these champions are fantastic kiters, and they're going to be able to do this in this game one of this best of 5. Once again, this is the grand finals of the Imperial Amateur League. I'm your host, Ender L, and we're going to take a quick break as these teams load up onto the Rift. Don't go anywhere, because I know I'm going to be sitting at my seat until we get back to you. Welcome back, everyone. We are now loading on to the Rift. Once again, this is the grand finals of the Imperial Amateur League. Precessions, as you can see on your screen right there, on the blue side. Team Exile on the red side. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen, running out of their bases. And I'm hoping for a level 1. It looks like Team Exile grouped up at the start, so maybe we'll see something exciting coming out of them. This is a team that has to perform in this early game because we touched on it a bit in champion selection. If they don't get a substantial lead in this early game and they end up stalling out a little bit later, this Cassiopeia Ezreal, they're going to be able to kite them for days, outscale them, and win out in these fights. Team Exile need to force early and often, and they are doing that right here, right now. Looking like they want to get a pick, but I believe Precessions did spot them out. It looks like Henry Rux and Lane Bauer, not sure if they're completely aware of what's going on. They are going to try and make it out of here, but Full Metal Echo has the binding, lands it. Don't think they're going to get too much here. Oh, Jarvan helping, going to jump on in. Lane Bauer may have to flash here. Will use that Demonic Pro, one more auto. Not enough to take down Lane Bauer, but that's 2 summoner spells out of this Precessions duo in the bottom lane. The flash from the support Bard and the heal out of Henry Rocks. For nothing burnt on the side of Exile. The one difference is going to be that Full Metal Echo and Demonic Pro are pretty substantially low right off the bat here. They don't have enough time to recall, whereas Lane Bauer pretty much had to. He'll be able to get into lane relatively similar in timing to Demonic and Full Metal Echo. But the HP bars speak for themselves. Demonic Pro and Full Metal Echo a little bit late here as they did leash, and Henry Rocks may be able to etch himself an early CS lead, but probably not going to be too much in the long run. Yeah, even Henry Rocks by himself is able to push in this lane early on because of the leash, because he didn't go for any sort of Krug take of his own to respond. Just gonna push in, get that early level 2, a little bit earlier even, because he didn't have Lane Bauer leeching the EXP. But we're not gonna be seeing too much action quite yet. Obviously, the Infernal Drake going to be spawning first for the Elementals this game. I'm gonna see these teams fight over that one. Most likely is that Infernal definitely going to be scaling up into the later stages of the game very, very nicely. And the real difference this game, I think, is going to be in this top lane. Playgrounds versus Diana. And Diana is a player that, even though they lost 2-1 in the series they played in week 5 against Precessions, Diana did a ton of damage for his team up there with the mid laner Holy KRP and everyone else. Lane Bauer, Full Metal, they're just trading down there, not getting too much done either way, but Demonic is actually taken pretty darn low, and Lane Bauer, you have to remember, has a little bit of built-in sustain there with the Caretaker Shrine. Now they're doing a lot of damage onto Demonic Pro, but not going to connect there on that skill shot. Going back to this top lane, Diana just doing a ton of damage here onto Playgrounds. Has the fervor of battle. So just ramping up as the trades last a little bit too long for Playgrounds. Now he has to kind of back away, play a little bit safe as Diana's set up a pretty nice freeze over here. Now Demonic gonna get jumped on, gonna get almost dropped. One more auto should do it, but Lane Bauer in a dangerous spot himself. Flash forward, not the first blood for Playgrounds. On the Playgrounds in the top lane, now Full Metal, caught between a rock and a hard place. That person unable to get an assist, but Henry Rock's gonna trade 1-for-1 down in that bottom lane. And what we missed in the top side of the map, at the same time Demonic and Full Metal got that kill down in the bot lane, it was actually Diana in the 1-versus-1 to get the first blood. Now N- has to use the flash to get himself out of harm's way in the middle lane. Wow, that's a teleport actually being burnt there by Diana, trying to keep his AD carry safe, so he's not going to have that to get back in the lane, but he has a pretty substantial advantage over Playgrounds at the moment. The Team Exile jungler trying to keep him safe. Demonic Pro gets sniped out there by the Mystic Shot. Had the flash available, just not showing nearly enough respect there. Staying way, way too long. Gonna be paying for it heavily. Visions on this Karma, obviously pretty strong early game on that champion. Gonna scale up into more of a utility bot than anything. But maintaining CS here in the middle lane, has a teleport too, so the option to make a cross-map play is always there for him. Obviously, may just use it to get back in the lane, find himself in a slight CS lead, but we're gonna have to wait and see as he's recalling. Gonna wait and find out what he picks up. That's 2 kills already for the Ezreal in the bottom lane. That's pretty substantial, as this champion really isn't known for the laning phase. Usually gets a lot of flack saying, you know, you gotta get the tier, gotta scale up till 1 or 2 items are completed. That Trinity Force plus Monamune, when it upgrades. That's usually when Ezreals are considered to come online, but Henry Rocks and Lane Bauer down there. Not even Lane Bauer, just pretty much Henry Rocks by himself doing the work. As Lane Bauer, I mean, he only died once, but you remember early game, or right at the beginning of the game with that invade, he wasn't even a part of the lane phase for Henry Rock's first level, pretty much. And we pan over to the top lane. Diana going to be looking to dominate this one even more. Has the early level 6, pops the Blade Surge. One more auto could do it. But the potion ticking going to keep that Gnar alive. Gonna miss a lot of minions to this tower unless he can maybe get some support of Cat Person. It looks like he's just gonna recall out of there anyways. Ever since that those 2 kills Henry Rock's got in the bottom lane, he's jumped out to a very substantial CS lead, 20 minions over Demonic Pro in the bottom lane. And if we, you know, we keep mentioning this series they played against each other in week 5, but Demonic Pro was absolutely substituted out in favor of Rocky T-Saws. Because Team Exile lost game 1, they made a switch in the AD carry role. Rocky T-Saws then proceeded to go 12, 0, and 13 in that game to carry this team to victory. Wasn't quite enough to pull out a game 3 victory, but you gotta wonder if a similar change might come through if this bottom lane continues to go poorly for the Exile duo. Some more mindless farming, gotta chill on out of here. There's no one to really small talk with, so I guess I just gotta small talk with myself, but Demonic Pro taking tons of harassment here. For someone that, you know, picked this Jinx blind, it is certainly not working out all that well for them. We have to question, we really have to question that first pick, Jinx. Jinx Karma was the first rotation out of Exile. Didn't make a whole lot of sense. They built this kind of composition around it that was, let's just buff up this Aurelia and hope that it kind of works. It started how things not going to have the most clean engagement, as it's very easy to dodge out on the Elastic Slingshot. Now Precessions looking like a first place team here, dominating Exile's jungle, trying to create some pressure over this blue buff, and even if they don't get it, they could potentially force Jarvan's helping to smite that one away. But now N- could be in trouble. He's going to get jumped on. There's no flash up just yet. That's going to be a kill for Jarvan's helping. Now they're looking on a Cat Person, still has the flash, but will not use it. Tunneling out to safety, still holding on to that summoner. Looks like he may get out of there safe and sound. Will be able to do so, but not without a cost, as N- going to get dropped there. Playground's going to get taken down just the same, and Diana making his presence known up here in this top lane. The Aurelia Gnar counterpick, one we haven't seen in quite a while since Aurelia received a couple of nerfs, but now that Gnar has had the same happen to him, maybe seeing a difference here. That's a big ulti coming out of Henry Rocks. Gonna force the heal out of Demonic Pro to keep himself alive, but at the same time, this Infernal Drake is going down. And after a shaky start, Team Exile are looking strong here in this early game and doing what they need to be to scale up into the later stages of the game here. Now Shadow Visions and Full Metal Echo trying to make a play on a Lane Bauer. Lane Bauer taking some awkward pathing here, but the bind will not connect. And Cat Person is flying back onto the Mift. Flying back onto the Rift with that Void Rush. Now Demonic Pro could be in trouble. Henry Rocks holding onto that Mystic Shot, but at 80 carry, still a little too high HP for a lethal attack from Henry Rocks. And that's one thing we didn't really talk about whatsoever, is that last night there was a new patch, 6.18. Diana isn't one much for talking as he just goes in. But a pause is definitely going to give us the time to kind of go in depth on that patch. That was patch 6.18 for the one just last night, and that saw a lot of changes. The biggest change obviously going to be the Yorick rework. That comes out, and we really don't know how strong that's going to be. We have to wait and kind of figure out for ourselves as we play for the next week or so. We obviously have a big break until Worlds, so not going to see too much competitive play on that, but Ashe got nerfed a little bit. Aurelion Sol just got a little bit of a bug fix, not too much. But Gnar was the big nerf. The hop got absolutely kind of ruined in the early game for CDR. 4 seconds longer on the hop. That's 22 seconds base cooldown. And for a champion that usually maxes QW then E, which is the hop on the Gnar, that's going to be a pretty long base cooldown until you start getting some CDR items like the Black Cleaver. Other than that, not too many changes other than, some slight nerfs to the long-standing overpowered picks like the Rek'Sai, Vladimir, Talia, Shen. But, definitely the changes coming through, not making a huge impact as we still saw Playgrounds first picking the Gnar. Obviously, the new AD carry pick is going to be fun to see if Demonic Pro can kind of salvage this early game. The CS lead over the last couple minutes hasn't grown for Henry Rock, so at least that's good for them. As we do resume play here, still 20 CS in the lead down in the bottom lane. But it looks like Precessions may want to dive this. Henry Rocks has no mana though, and the rest of Exile is making their way downtown into the bottom lane. So Precessions, they're just going to back on out of there, but the real difference here is the top lane. As I mentioned at the start of this one, as Full Metal Echo, the real difference for him is going to be this engagement here onto Henry Rocks. Can he get him low enough? The exhaust comes through, the big rocket, and the one kill, going to be the double kill. This is the salvage we were talking about for Demonic Pro and Full Metal Echo in this bottom lane. And now Jarvan's helping, making his way down here as well. They may try and push down this first tower. Jinx, a notorious tower pusher like Tristana, in that she can get the ramp up, get a lot of damage down onto this tower, and Catperson has no form of wave control or wave clear whatsoever. And even if they can't take down this tower entirely, they're definitely going to be chunking it out as it's down below 50% HP. Now, N- has the Flash Ghost available again. He's still going to get rooted up. Lands a nice Petrifying Gaze. May be able to turn this around, but he will not as Diana flashes himself out to safety. Not Diana the champion, Diana the player, playing that Aurelia. So a little confusing there, but N- was surely confused as Diana made that really nice gank there. N- probably thinking he was fairly safe with Zac showing down in the bottom lane, but the role swap there, the role change as Diana makes that map movement, gets a kill. N- definitely getting focused pretty hard on by the entire Team Exile lineup. Still able to stay close in CS, but if they can shut down this pick a little bit, get Shadow Visions ahead, once again, Team Exile, they need this early game lead, or the late game is not going to go nearly as well for them. Rocks knows he has Lane Bower behind him to drop those shrines to heal him up, so he has no fear when taking those parades. Diana trying to do some more damage onto Playgrounds. This Gnar into Aurelion matchup, we've seen it quite a bit in the past. As Henry Rocks, he's going to get chain CC'd here, has to use the heal. Huge rocket picks up the kill, and Full Metal Echo is not done just yet. Soul Shackles going to lock up Lane Bower, but a nice Tempered Fate going to stop Demonic Pro from putting down any further damage. This is the punishment on the Ezreal pick. It was 2-0. But, as we said, you usually need those two items, the Trinity Force, the Manamune upgrade, and then you're going to be doing a lot of damage. Demonic Pro comes back into lane with the BF sword, and now finds a couple of kills in a row in a previously losing matchup. Now Diana, he wants more as well. 9-2 the score, 3-0-1 on this Aurelia. This is not the matchup we were looking to see tonight, or expecting to see tonight. Precessions. The track record says they're going to be the ones to win out here. As Shadow Vision should be fine, but he's playing with fire, playing with Full Metal Echo. Looking for this still as Caprus and N-, they're flanking around, but there's 4 members of Team Exile. Nice Petrifying Gaze is going to walk up too, but now no flash, no summoners on this Cassio. Going to be taking a lot of focus. Going to be knocked up by Jarvan's helping in the background, going to get taken down by that Karma. Now they're going to continue this fight. No teleport on Diana, but Demonic Pro, he's cutting it out. One more auto shuts him down. 1-for-1 right now, but a huge lockup there. Front lane power flash, knockup, unthrow, cat person. He'll stay alive as well. Gets dropped by Jarvan's helping. Picks up 2 for his team, and now the Zac is in a whole world of trouble. Gonna get auto down, gonna get split up into that passive. Maybe gonna try and donate this kill over to Henry Rocks, but he's not even gonna look for an assist. I don't know about that one. Henry Rocks looking a little bit out of place. He may have just been able to throw a Mystic Shot, but I guess he is experiencing some technical difficulties. Looks like some lag, which, you know, maybe explains a little bit the issues that Precessions has been having in the last 5 minutes in the bottom lane. Obviously got solo killed twice, or duo killed, I guess. The bot lanes without jungler intervention, let's call it that, had some trades going definitely in favor of Team Exile, as that Jinx was scaling up, did get a couple of big kills onto Henry Rocks, has shortened the CS lead a little bit, but the top lane is a CS lead that probably will never be shortened. 131 to 88 up there. Diana kind of styling on Playgrounds at the moment, picking up almost purely solo kills up there, has taken down Playgrounds 3 times, but now Playgrounds with a nice teleport play did try to catch up in gold. He's still going to be down about 1.6k, and that's quite a bit of the gold lead for Exile at the moment, but he did pick up 3 kills right there off of a nice teleport, whereas Team Exile, Diana, he just said he was going to push up in the top lane, get that tower, and get the global gold for his team. Now up 2 towers to none, up 1 Infernal to none, and it's going to be an Ocean Drake spawning next, so maybe a little bit peaceful. Precessions don't necessarily have to fight over that, as it's not going to make the biggest difference in the world for either team. We gotta hope that Henry Rocks' internet can kind of hold together for the rest of this series, because that would be a tragic way to lose the grand finals here tonight due to technical difficulties. And Diana, we've seen multiple different Aurelia builds, and we have actually seen Nars able to win that matchup into Aurelia via jungle intervention early and often, and then if he can get the Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver, before Diana can, or before the Aurelia could really scale up, then they were kind of able to dominate in the lane. But because Diana got so many early kills, it's probably not going to go in Playground's favor this entire game. Diana looking even more aggressive, has double longswords, so we could see maybe a Yomuzgaz Blade, second item, or potentially some lifesteal attack speed with a Blade of the Ruined King. We'll have to wait and see what he wants to go for, but that Ocean Drake going over safely into the hands of Team Exile. And Shadow Visions, the substitute mid laner for these guys, have been performing admirably. You know, I was informed that Holy KRP was not available, at least at the start of the series, and Shadow Visions has definitely been doing well. He's played with these guys before, and doing well for himself now, but he's getting engaged onto N by N-, has to use the flash. Tempered Fate not quite going to catch him out. The flash was burnt for no summoners on the side of Precessions. And that's this power, or the power out of the Cassiopeia pick. 0-3 right now, but has that tier, has the Abyssal Scepter, and is able, with the help of some friends, albeit, able to run down the, what seemed to be the more dominant mid laner up to this point in the game. Playgrounds now rotates down into the bottom lane. Gonna get a freeze going, hopefully, but looks more like he's just shoving that one out. Still significantly behind Diana as far as farm is concerned, and even though Diana's kind of overextending right now, the threat of that Aurelia in the 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 even, is just so strong. She can turn those fights around and do just fine for herself, so she is free to push in those lanes a little bit more cocky than players would usually be allowed to because of the champion, because of how far ahead he is at the moment. 17.5 minutes, so we still have about 2 more minutes before the Rift Herald goes and joins Amumu in the corner of the dance. As we usually don't see that one picked up all that too often. Maybe a little bit different this game as Exile have jumped down to about 5,000 lead in gold. Now Jarvan's helping, going to pop the flash from N-. Nice gank once again, and I have specifically kind of harped on the Zac pick and said it's not the greatest because it's so unreliable to land the elastic slingshot, but you know, even though he hasn't landed it this game, he's burnt N-this flash so often, and that's been key in securing a couple of these kills onto the Precessions mid laner. And he's been playing the Zac very admirably. Now, I still think that Exile will run into an issue in the late game where their engage isn't the greatest. The Karma speed up is nice, but unless Jarvan gets a good Let's Bounce or a good slingshot, it's really just going to be up to Diana to get buffed up and dive onto the enemy backline, which is going to be very hard into an Ezreal Cassiopeia. So Exile kind of stalling out at the moment. We should expect them, we should hope for them if they want to pick up a win here to try and close this one out a little bit faster, find a lead for themselves. But Precessions doing a good job of holding on for the moment. They're stacking up those tiers, they're getting some more major items for themselves, and they are not losing this mid lane tower, and that's really the next objective that Exile could pressure down. Rocks has left the game, so we're going to get yet another pause. It wouldn't be an Enderell cast without 15 million pauses. It's super exciting. But, you know, we just get to talk, hear my voice for a little bit longer. Talk about how these teams can really get ahead in this one. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the side lane control from Precessions, because there's a lot of different ideas that go on in people's heads, and, you know, you look on Reddit, forums, you know, whatnot, about what to do when you're behind, how to freeze lanes and whatnot. And Precessions, it would be great for them to freeze 2 lanes here. It would be great, because Playgrounds is behind, Henry Rocks is still looking to farm up. But it's very hard for them to do that, because Cassiopeia doesn't have a ton of wave clear, and Demonic Pro on the Jinx is going to be able to kind of shred down the mid lane tower, doesn't have to be too worried about getting engaged on, because he has the Morgana and the Karma to back him up. So maybe they want to freeze with one lane, freeze in the Gnar lane perhaps, as he doesn't provide too much wave clear, then shove out with Henry Rocks and group up in the middle lane, because they want to hold on to this mid lane tower for as long as humanly possible. If they can hold on to that, the game really stalls out for Exile. With that mid tower still available, Exile has a much harder time of getting into the Precessions jungle, getting the deep vision down that they need to find picks, to find good rotations, to farm away the camps and get leads that way. So Precessions need to hold on to that mid tower if they want to keep themselves in a comfortable deficit. And I say comfortable deficit because, yes, they're down 5,000 gold about at the moment, but it's not that much, honestly. It's a lot at 19 minutes, but for a team that picked very later game scaling champions, mid to late game champions, they're going to be okay, and especially with these specific compositions that both teams built up, Precessions should be able to win out in the later stages of the game pretty handily, unless they absolutely get demolished from here on out. At the same time, Exile really need to play around their double teleports. They've got the 1-3-1 setup that's pretty easy for them, but if the double TP kind of gets called by a Rek'Sai split push, with the Void Rush to kind of be able to simulate a teleport, it might be hard for them to actually continue to get these advantages. So it's going to be this whole sort of fluctuating lanes. I don't really know a nice way to phrase that, where Diana Shadow Visions will likely be in the side lanes trying to shove those in, while Precessions kind of want to freeze and hold on to the mid tower at the same time, which is going to be a difficult task. But enough about the nitty-gritty. That's way too much for some people, way over their heads. we care more about these specific players. So I'm gonna briefly touch on them a little bit, specifically in regards to their last series. Now, it was Precessions that did win out 2-1 over them in Week 5. But the two standout players, especially from a KDA perspective, were the two supports, Lane Bauer and Full Metal Echo. Lane Bauer, even though their record was 2-1 against Exile, has a 48.0 KDA in that series. That's incredible, considering the other KDAs on his team are around the five kills and assists to a death there. So 48, absolutely ridiculous on them, as well as Full Metal Echo with a 6.27 KDA. So these supports are not dying all that often. And actually, Lane Bauer in this game already has 2 deaths, which he had 3 deaths in the entire 3 games they played last time. So that's a little interesting thing for you right there. We do finally see Henry get back on in here, so exciting stuff. No more lag for him. Hip hip hooray, but that mid tower that we were just talking about is going to get destroyed, going to get razed down by Exile. And if we go back to what I was mentioning, it's because Precessions are 1-3-1ing with the wrong people. They have Playgrounds and Henry Rocks splitting in the side lanes, which is, it's good for them. Yes, they need gold on those 2 champions, but at the same time, they are going to be sacrificing the mid lane tower, and that's a trade that they, in this instance, seemingly were willing to take. Now Playground splitting in the bottom lane. That Rift Herald a little bit overzealous from Exile to try and take that one down. Gonna get taken, or he's gonna return to the void rather. This bot lane tower dropped by Playground, so 3-1 to overall tower gold, 5,000 gold in the lead by Team Exile. Who's gonna get the blue? Jarvan's helping. Nice smite to secure that one for himself. Now if we take a quick peek at some of these items. The Rek'Sai, interestingly enough, going for the Sightstone. Now, usually, or recently, we've been seeing a lot more of the Tiamat Titanic Hydra built on the Rek'Sais, but this is a great adaptation that I love from Catperson. Not only is he behind, so he's saying, I need to get vision, but he also needs to support his side lanes, because they're getting beaten out the 1-versus-1. If Jarvan's helping makes an impact in that lane, there's no chance that they can come out of that alive. So the early vision to try and keep his scaling lanes up, especially when they've lost their entire outer line of towers, is definitely going to be nice for them. Now 35 seconds on the next dragon. Diana looking like he wants to play with this Gnar, but little does he know there's 4 members collapsing from Precessions. Now Diana trying to turn this one around. He's going to get thrown into the wall. Stunned up. Can he do the damage? Exhaust goes down. Double flash coming out of Playgrounds and Diana. At the same time, on the other side of the map, this Baron is being started up. Team Exile, they have an Infernal to their name, so that's a little bit of extra damage. They may just get forced on out of this one. Looking to engage here on Catperson. They lock him down. He has the flash, but it's not enough. Now they have their eyes set onto this Baron once again with the jungler of Precessions down. Gonna think better of it though, as we're not even 22 minutes into this game, and they're gonna head towards this middle lane. Another Ocean has spawned, so they may just want to take that one down. Yeah, no real threat of a steal. Catperson used the Void Rush to kind of stop the threat of a Baron, and he did his job. He sacrificed his body and soul for the sole reason, or the sole purpose of halting Team Exile's Baron attempts. Now, 3 dragons up by Exile, 1 Infernal already, and if they maintain a lead in this game, there's another Infernal on the way, and that's going to really help out the Jinx and Aurelia especially. When you build kind of these double or triple threat compositions, Infernal Drake's definitely going to be strong. Diana, though, he finds Henry Rocks in a side lane, but he is getting very aggressive here. He might be able to do it anyway as he bursts out that Ezreal. Even though Capris was waiting in the wings, now Playgrounds, he used the flash earlier on the kill onto Diana. He's going to get locked down by the Echo, or by Full Metal Echo on the Morgana. Going to get that kill, going to get this tower. This gold lead continues to inflate here for Exile. Going to keep pushing down in this bottom lane. The split pressure from Diana. There's no one that can hold this Aurelia at the moment, and that's going to be another inner tower dropping. Precessions with their backs against the walls here, getting pressured out of their jungle, losing objectives here, there, left, right, and center. They're now finding themselves down about 8,500 gold. This is absolutely absurd. 23 minutes in. Exile playing the game right. They need to get this lead, and they are doing just that. Second item of choice from that Aurelia is going to be the Youmuu's Ghostblade, and I absolutely love this. Diana isn't looking to teamfight anytime soon in Exile. Probably not looking to teamfight for quite a while. They can keep using the split push for all it's worth, using the 1-3-1 out of the Karma and the Aurelia. And now with both inner turrets down, that means that the next item on the plate are going to be those inhibitor towers. And Diana, if you don't have someone split pushing against him, he's going to be able to ruin your base. And you can see right now they have to spend 2 members of their team Precessions, dude. The Lane Bower and Playgrounds both kind of hovering around in that bottom lane, trying to stop this onslaught from Diana. That's just going to enable Exile to get control around this Baron, and frankly, if Team Exile just start up this Baron, peel off it when they burn a Gnar teleport, Diana can just ruin the base of Precessions. We saw this sort of in the IPL Grand Finals on Tuesday, where it was Zenith, I believe, using the Gangplank split push very effectively to close out Game 1. Didn't work quite as well for them in the rest of the series, but now Henry Rock, he might get engaged on here. It's Lane Bower, nice catch by engage, catching out onto that Aurelia isn't enough. Cat Person returns a kill, 1 for 1. He may have just sacrificed his life, has the flash, but doesn't have the time. He gets struck. Demonic throw, double kill. That could be another, but it goes over to Jarvan's helping. There's only 1 member alive from Precessions, and it is that Gnar. Playground, the only one to stop this push. And all Team Exile lost was their Aurelia. Now pressuring down this middle lane inhibitor. Gonna land the knockup onto Playgrounds. Gonna land the damage. The flash will get him out to safety. Will not be able to save his inhibitor. 25 minutes. That first inhibitor goes down. The base has now been cracked wide open. Exile with an absolutely commanding performance. We had a lot of questions about their roster. Their roster coming into this. To kind of choke on my tea a little bit right there. If there's anything a solo caster needs and deserves, it's some warm tea on the throat. Keep me going hard. But yeah, 3 kind of dark horses, I guess, for Exile. I mean, we expected Demonic. We didn't really expect Demonic to be in this, actually, because of Rocky T-Saws. You know, he had a great performance in their last series. And he's obviously still waiting, maybe going to get a call-in in this series. But Demonic Pro, after a shaky start, has come up huge for his team, doing so much damage in these fights. And Precessions just don't have enough damage to deal with Aurelia and Jinx through all the shields that Shadow Visions and Full Metal Echo provide. At the same time, Shadow Visions, the substitute mid laner, you know, Team Exile not fielding their main 5 roster, as Holy KRP couldn't show up for the first couple games today. At the same time, Abrachi isn't in the mix. It's Jarvan's helping, who had his favorite champion banned out against him. Jarvan got taken away from him in the draft phase, and he's been doing very, very well for him on a Zac pick that I honestly criticized. So Team Exile kind of making me eat my words and performing very, very well. Now they're looking for that one extra thing, that one Baron buff, that extra objective to help them shove into the space, but a Tempered Fate is going to stall this out. Mega Gnar is popped for Playgrounds. He can look for a fight. Jarvan helping. He gets knocked out. Now Captain going in for the Baron, but that's going to be Demonic Pro picking that one up. Huge on the wall, but Diana picks up 1. That's 2 kills, and it could be a third and minus. Gonna pick up 1 before he goes down to Jarvan. Now Playgrounds, he's the next one on the chopping block. 4 kills for Team Exile. They get the Baron, and they may just get the base on this push. With 28 minutes into that game, Cat Person tried to make his way into the pit for the steal, but when he couldn't, Jarvan's helping, he wasn't even in there. It was Demonic Pro picking up that Baron buff. The death timers are too long. This Jinx is melting the towers. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game one. Third place Team Exile knocking down Precessions, who had yet to be challenged pretty much all season, in game one of this best of 5. Don't go anywhere. The Imperial Amateur League will be back for game 2 in just a few.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you, for you, for you, for you, won't you let the light shine through?
Welcome back, everyone. If you were not around for Game 1, Team Exile won that with style. Diana and Demonic Pro absolutely popping off on the Aurelia and the Jinx, respectively. Jinx, a champion we haven't seen in quite a while, but the bans aren't changing, and neither did the sides, because Exile was a lower seed in the regular season. They get to choose sides on games 2 and 4, whereas Precessions, they get 1, 3, and 5. So Precessions chose blue last game. Team Exile want to stay on the red side for game 2, and they do just that. The ban change up from Precessions now. The Jarvan stays the same. The Zac is now the new one. Zac, a champion that the Exile jungler performed very, very well on in that first game. Really putting pressure down onto N- in the middle lane, forcing out a ton of flashes and getting a couple kills picked up onto him. And Olaf stays the same. So the ban that they lose from game 1 is going to be the Sivir. So maybe they go for a first pick of that. Maybe they value the Gnar less when Aurelia is still on the table. We'll have to wait and see, as Exile are keeping things very, very similar here. A couple more seconds to close that through. Last game, they took away the Lucian, which is to be expected. Henry plays a ton of Lucian, over like 400 games in solo queue this season alone. It's been banned against him for the last couple of weeks, it seems. He's banned it quite... it's been banned against him quite a few times, and the Aurelia wasn't touched, the Jinx wasn't touched. We'll have to see if they want to go back to that. Diana, I think, picked the Aurelia specifically as a counter pick into the Gnar. So if Playgrounds doesn't go back to that champion in the top lane, I doubt we'll see Diana on the Aurelia again, but it's always a possibility. And the Karma is first picked away from Exile. Shadow Visions played that one in the middle lane in game 1, but obviously that could flex mid or support. We'll have to wait and see. But Exile, pretty free to do whatever they want here. Not too many champions got touched, and now they hover the Yorick, which is it's very live on this patch. That's a definite possibility. But the Trundle Grave seems much more likely. Okay, Diana, you're making me quiver here in my boots, which would be a true statement if I had shoes on, but I don't. As they lock in the Trundle, we'll probably be seeing that go towards the support role, as it has been more popular down there, especially in competitive play, for the last couple of weeks. But there's always the possibility it's get sent top lane, depending on what matchup Diana gets up against Playgrounds. Now, if we do, for a brief second, talk about some of the picks we're not likely going to see, and I kind of put them together here beforehand. And those picks are the Tahm Kench, the Elise, and the Ashe. Tahm Kench, a champion that neither support really plays too much of, and that's a champion that has seen a lot of play internationally at a competitive level, because it does so well into pick compositions against specifically AD carries such as the Ashe. And because we're not going to be seeing the Ashe, neither AD carry really likes to play that one too much. No real surprise that Tahm Kench isn't valued very highly either. Also, Elise, not really on the plate for either jungler too much. Cat Person never really played that, banned that against Treebeard in their series last week quite a few times. Didn't want to first pick that one, just wanted to get that off the table and not worry about playing it himself. We do see Henry Rocks go back to the Ezreal. That's his number 2 pick every single time after the Lucian. The only other champion we've seen him play recently would have been the Caitlyn, when the Ezreal was picked against him, and the Lucian was also banned away. So that's kind of where he's sitting at as far as a second or third pick. But now, Shadow Vision's hovering that Ashe, so maybe they're listening in on the broadcast. Exile doing a good job of trolling me so far, but now with the Tristana pick, Demonic Pro may just be sitting on the same sort of style where he wants to push down these towers. And wow, a last-second change over to the Lux now for Shadow Visions. Very interesting there. And we're going to be seeing that go into the middle lane. Shadow Visions definitely with an interesting champion pool. Has been playing a lot of less popular mid laners such as the Ahri, the Azir at the moment. But both mid laners have been putting in some time on the Taliyah, which is a pick that has seen a ton of play recently. Very powerful map movements there, impacting the side lanes very, very heavily. And it's interesting to see neither mid laner really going towards that just yet, but maybe N- wants to do that, wants to go for that sort of a pick to get a little bit more control over the middle lane, because last game it seemed like every single lane was losing. Even Henry Rocks down the bottom lane, he got an early advantage, but then the items weren't really there for him. He started lagging. We're not really 100% sure what happened, what changed in that 2 versus 2, but N- going back to the Cassiopeia, going to be a nice pickup, especially in the late game. And Playgrounds, here's the Malphite. I didn't talk about it because I didn't think we were going to see it, but he does play quite a bit of it. When Nar's banned, when Shen's banned, he usually goes to it, but he's so scared of playing the Gnar because last game he got countered with that Aurelia, and obviously the Trundle could go down into the bottom lane. Now against a Malphite, I could feasibly see Trundle going into the top lane because Malphite builds so much armor, and that I think is what we're going to see happening here. If Full Metal Echo locks in the Morgana, we're going to see the duo of light and dark, Lux and Morgana. And that Trundle is probably going to have a fantastic lane up in the top. Because Malphite, he doesn't build damage whatsoever. He builds pure tank. There's nothing else he can really itemize into. And that Subjugate from Diana can just go onto Malphite every single time and be super, super effective. So Playground's champion pool definitely being called into question here. And when they can't get red side, when they can't save that last pick for themselves, they are seeming to run into quite a bit of trouble, as that Morgana is locked in the bottom lane. Interesting that Demonic Pro is changing up his sort of style from game number 1. I mean, the style's the same, the champion's a little bit different, obviously. Tristana gonna scale up and get that bonus range that Jinx just gets for free when she changes forms on her Q. But it's gonna be very hard for anyone on Precessions to take out Demonic Pro or Shadow Visions in the backline, because their real dive at the moment is going to be Rek'Sai and Malphite. And with that Buster Shot, Demonic Pro can just knock either of those back, and neither of those champions really have much burst going for them. So unless N- can drop that Miasma underneath Demonic Pro's feet so he can't jump away, this Tristana should be able to stay out on the outskirts of the fights, using that range to her advantage. But here we go. We have to wait for about 3 minutes before we can get on to the rest, before we hear my beautiful voice again. So take your time, go get a drink, because we're going to be locked in for probably the next 30 or 40 minutes with some more exciting action of the Imperial Amateur League. Game 2 starts in just a few. Here we are loading in for Game 2 of the Imperial Amateur League Grand Finals. Team Exile once again on the red side, looking to jump out to a 2-0 victory. Precessions trying to get themselves back in the series, looking to even up the series 1-1 right here. Once again, Team Exile grouped up as 5 in this early game. We're gonna find out and see if they can burn some summoner spells from Precessions once again, like they did in the last game. Obviously, those summoners didn't help out the duo from Team Exile all that much, but Team Exile do walk over a ward placed by, it looks like, Cat Person on the red buff. So Precessions could set up a trap here inside the jungle of Team Exile. They're waiting for it just over that wall. There's another great ward in the Tribrush spotting them out. If they don't go as 5 right here, this could get ugly. They're all getting spotted out, and they're going back into their jungle. Oh, this is getting intense right now. Exile thought they were just going to come straight back in this, and now they're kind of questioning their decisions throughout all of that. N- and Playgrounds are kind of bailing out on this one. Playgrounds needs to get back into the top lane, or he's gonna be late no matter what. Maybe we even see him burn a teleport potentially, but he's taking a very, very long path back up there. And for a lane that was already going to be rough for him, it could get even rougher. Now Demonic Crow going to get hit up by a Mancha Q, has to flash away. They're trying to trade some damage back and forth. Does Cat Person go for this Smite Steal? This could be very bad, depending on which jungler gets this taken away from. It goes over to, I don't even know who, the lane bower going to get taken very low. He does go down, gets killed by Full Metal Echo. That's first blood for Team Exile once again here, winning out just barely on that level 1. Now, I believe it was Demonic Pro, actually, who was the one to pick up that Gromp. That's the only person who it could have been out of the 6 players that were down there. He has 1 CS to his name, so neither jungler getting the advantage there. Miss Smite from Cat Person, I believe, meant an auto picks up. Now Diana looking for a kill. One more Q could do it. Gonna hold onto his flash, know that this lane is gonna be heavily in his favor. And honestly, Precessions, there's not a whole lot they can do to salvage top lane. I don't think there's much they should do, to be honest there. Because even if they gank Diana a couple times, this Trundle is still going to roll Malphite, no matter how much he gets shut down, no matter how much gold Malphite gets. So I expect this entire game to be very bot mid-centric. As far as jungle pressure goes, Cat Person gonna be looking maybe to focus his bottom lane, especially after all those summoner spells were taken off the table. May even see something cheesy like the 3 camps and bot lane, but looks like he's actually just gonna skip the red buff entirely. Not quite sure what the thought process on that path is, but Diana has plans of his own. Goes and gets a deep ward, gonna spot out Cat Person if and when he tries to take that blue buff. Like bot lane fairly even, despite that first blood going over to Full Metal Echo. Obviously, he wasn't able to recall and spend any of that gold. So it is Precessions actually with the HP advantage, with the potion advantage down there in the bottom lane. Neither jungler really going down there just yet, but Jarvan's helping is making his way down there onto the map, and he knows where Cat Person is right now. He knows Cat Person just re-entered his topside jungle due to a couple great wards placed by his top laner. Demonic Pro happy to farm this one out. Obviously, going a little bit better than it was last game. His last game got taken down by a Mystic Shot just about now. Has an assist to his name, and Playground's getting chunked out very heavily. Diana flash forward, one more auto could do it, but the minions may kill Diana. It's close, but that Corrupting Potion gonna keep him just barely alive. Both top laners getting out with the skin of their teeth there. Diana definitely getting out with the advantage, as he is up minions and is able to stay in lane for just a little bit longer to farm a couple more, get a little bit better of a back timing, a little bit more gold in his pockets. And minus Shadow Visions, trade and repeat. Trade back up, go back in, repeat. Exciting stuff, or not, in the middle lane. As Jarvan's helping is now finding this red buff that Cat Person never took. He's going to get spotted out in just a second. Jarvan's helping has no flash. Cat Person does. Red buff goes over to Jarvan, so both junglers level 4 now. This Graves is doing a lot of damage, forcing Cat Person away. And that's going to mean that he should get out just safely. And then dash on over the wall. Cat Person skipping the red buff, getting punished for it. And this game definitely going for a much more aggressive setup. Now Lane Valor going to get jumped low. He has no flash. He's going to get dropped due to a nice hop there from Demonic Pro, executing him with the rocket jump. But now Demonic Pro, one more auto could do it, but Henry Rock's going to get deleted by the pool there. The Tormented Soil coming out of Full Metal Echo. Jungler not even needed there. Jarvan's helping. Just a little bit late to the party down there, but once again, early lead for Exile down here, and with the jungler, they're going to be looking to drop this tower as low as they possibly can to set up for that first turret takedown of the game. And this series is already looking very, very similar to what we saw on Tuesday. If you guys tuned in for the Imperial Pro League, Imperial Premier League last Tuesday, or just a couple days ago this week, you'll remember that the lower tier team, supposedly Zenith, got 2 early wins and it got turned around on them. They got reverse swept. So Team Exile, hopefully, or they're looking not to have a repeat of those events. They want to just close this one out as fast as possible. But you can never count these teams out, especially when Precessions was the team to beat in the regular season. They looked by far the strongest out of anyone. Definitely performing well, but they're getting punished this game, or this series rather, especially up in that top lane. And in the bottom lane, as you just saw, now Diana, he actually gets stuck on his own pillar a little bit there. Holds onto the subjugate, knows that whenever he pops that, it is impossible for him to lose the 1 versus 1 with the subjugate ticking. Wants to chunk out Playgrounds a little bit more before that happens. Now he's going to go ahead and use it. Playgrounds may just have to jump on out of there with the Unstoppable Force. Use the pillar. Diana looking for more. He gets it. Where is the Unstoppable Force? Playgrounds, what are you doing, man? You gotta use that ability. You can't be holding on to that one. As this is a lane you're gonna lose. You don't want to hold on to your spells when you're gonna just lose even harder without them. Didn't use that one to keep himself alive. Solo kill, just like last game from Diana on the Trundle. Even more punishment coming out to Precessions here. And this tower is very, very low. We talked about how Tristana is going to try and do similar things to the Jinx with this turret pressure. And you know what? One more bomb may just be enough to drop it. That explosive charge is going to do so much. First turret gold of the game going to be split 3 ways between the jungler and the duo lane of Team Exile, already with over a 3,000 gold lead at 8 minutes into the game. Now they're turning their attention on to this Mountain Drake. No real surprise here. They did the same strat in game 1. Now pops the teleport. Playgrounds is trying to get in here, but if he goes through with this, he's going to lose so much top lane. Now the entire momentum shifts over to Team Exile. They were already ahead, but now with the teleport advantage and the advantage on the top lane, they can do whatever they want. Will they use those huge final spark? Lane Power may just drop to that bomb, and Minus going to pick up the kill on the Shadow Visions and the Dragon. The Earth Drag goes over to the blue team, but Demonic Pro going to jump straight into the face of adversity, looking for more kills in this 1 versus 2 here. Can he find it onto Henry Rocks? He will get it. On the back is on a killing spree and gets out with the rocket jump, gets sniped out by the Rek'Sai, the Prey Seeker, finding its target, locking on to that Tristana. Gets a kill for himself, gets the dragon, and Precessions probably going to be happy with that trade when all was said and done. They even got the Earth Dragon to boot, and Diana held on to the teleport, was kind of pressured out in the top lane. Playgrounds obviously could have canceled that TP, but if you think about it, Diana may have just wanted to use that teleport as bait. If you use that teleport and force Playgrounds to use his only gap closer, or gap increaser, I guess, gap extender in the Unstoppable Force, then you find a free fight, you pop the subjugate, and you just duke him out blow for blow. And we all know that Trundle is going to win that one every single time. But Exile still trade somewhat decently there, get a couple of kills for themselves, and Demonic Pro, had he been able to get out, would have been huge. Here's that mid-focus I was talking about. Cat Person can help N- get a kill onto Shadow Visions. A very vulnerable champion. This is why we don't see much Lux. Now Full Metal Echo very caught out as well. Gonna get slowed down, has the exhaust, but no flash. As the benefit of Fog of War playing in his favor, so he can just walk back into his own jungle and get out scot-free. Precessions still kind of holding themselves in this game with that dragon take. Obviously, they're getting crushed up in the top lane. They're getting beaten down the bot lane. In CS, getting crushed as far as kills and assists go. Demonic Pro, I kind of gave him a hard time talking about how he was substituted out in favor of Rocky T-Saws. But he's definitely been performing admirably this series, other than a few hiccups at the beginning of game 1. And Cat Person on the same champion as in the last game, on the Rex side, going for a very different build, picking up the Jarum's Fist rather than the early Sightstone. So getting a little more greedy here, looking to maybe find some more plays across the map, maybe split push a little bit with the Void Rush, match some sort of 1-3-1 that Team Exile might put out. But Exile not looking for the 1-3-1, they're looking for the 4 members in the middle lane now. N- trying to catch him out, but a nice buster shot knocks away the Cassiopeia. Gonna twist her around so the Petrifying Gaze did not connect on exactly who she had hoped to. Medusa would not be proud there. And now without much wave clear on the side of Precessions, once again, Ezreal and Cassio not doing all that much. Demonic Pro doing so much to this tower. Nice miasma, but an even better Unstoppable Force wraps up 2, picks up 2 early kills. 1 traded back onto the support of Precessions. Nice Dark Binding, forces a flash out of Henry Rocks. And a late teleport in there by Diana means that his team is going to be the team on the wrong side of that trade. 2 kills to 1. Because they lost the Tristana, they were unable to put any more pressure into the middle lane. That turret still stands. Precessions definitely putting up a better fight than in game 1, and the Malphite play, we said he's going to get crushed in the 1-versus-1, and that's been happening. Diana, only 1 kill to his name, so not going as badly as the Aurelia Gnar matchup for Playgrounds, but he makes the teleport play work out and gets a couple kills for his team, closes that gold gap by just a little bit, and now 2 minutes left on that dragon. That's going to be an Ocean Drake. His team is in a much better position to contest that. Last game we did see an attempt onto the Rift Herald, but it obviously scrunged itself back. Scrunged, I'm making up words now. Scrunged. Well, what am I trying to work? Skittered its way back. That's what I'm looking for. Skittered its way back into the void. Or I guess it kind of dissolves, or absolves itself. I don't know. It just kind of disappears in favor of the Baron buff. Baron doesn't really eat him, but he just kind of replaces him. He's the bigger, better, badder monster. And Shadow Vision's proving that he's the bigger, badder mid laner, the bigger, badder player, as he sends Lane Bower to his grave there. Not close enough to the dragon spawn that it could really affect that, as far as an odd-numbered fight goes. But the Subjugate already popped up here in the top lane. The ulti is not available for Playgrounds at this time just yet. But he's getting chunked out very low. Diana may just be looking for a dive here. The Unstoppable Force has come up, and now Diana taking a ton of turret damage. Just a little bit more may do him in, but he has the Titanic Hydra. And he might just pull the jungler of Precessions up to that top lane. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Lane Bower is going to be the member to get himself up here. Now Diana trying to do his damnedest to get a kill, but it's not enough. As Playgrounds finds himself ahead in the 1-versus-1. That's something we were not expecting to see in a really abysmal, honestly, dive there from Diana. When this dragon spawning, going to mean that his team is going to be a lot less inclined to start this one up. Obviously, there's no teleport for either top laner, but Playgrounds has recalled is healing up and could make his way down here if he so desired. All of a sudden, it's Precessions with the pressure in this game. They're down 3,000 gold, but it doesn't matter because they are trying to regain control of this river. They're able to push away or push out of it any Team Exile members. Shadow Vision's not going to connect with the Light Binding, but nice Petrifying Gaze. N- might just turn this one around. Flashes, gets the kill on the Shadow Vision. Probably didn't need to get on out of there anyways. As down to 1 versus 2 kill Precessions. They're turning this one around. Team Exile once again looked very, very strong in the early game, but as we start scaling up a little bit, their decision making, not necessarily in a macro sense, but in a micro sense, is just individual mistakes. Diving towers in the top lane, going for 1 versus 2 and getting caught out by the Petrifying Gaze by both your members got caught by it. Get stunned up, get taken out, and now they find themselves in a much closer game, and they have to consider once again the scaling of the Cassiopeia and the Ezreal in this closer battle. That could definitely go in the favor of Precessions, as the force or the flash out from Jarvan's helping. He lives with hardly any HP, under 20 health on that Graves. Cassiopeia, when she's not 0 and 3, now she's 3 and 0 in this game too, doing all of a sudden a ton better for herself and is able to turn these fights around onto Team Exile. Still looks like the lane is definitely in favor of Diana up here. Obviously still about 40 CS up roughly. Teleports have returned, so it kind of swings back into Playground's favor. If he can maintain his HP bar, kind of hold the CS lead to a bare minimum, keep it at 40, don't let it get any bigger than that. If he can do that and use his teleport to make those impactful teamfight plays, he's going to put his team in a very nice position to try and pick themselves up a Game 2 victory. Precessions trying to find a pick in the middle lane, but Rek'Sai obviously has a very tough time against the black shield of Full Metal Echo's Morgana. Just some housekeeping, some vision clearing. N- uses the cleanse, but he gets dropped very low. Demonic Throw in the face of the enemy. Gonna get a kill and get himself out. Teleport popped by Diana. And this mid lane tower should be long for this world. They don't have too many minions, but they have the Tristana. They have 5 members of their team up against just 2 of Precessions. Not too many minions though, so they may have to get themselves out of here. But the Rift Herald is looking like they want to turn onto, and Rift Herald would be very, very impactful onto this Trundle pick. In a matchup that he's already crushing, just let him do just that much more in the 1 versus 1. Maybe even a 1 versus 2, trying to turn around a potential gank. This pickup for him is going to be very big. Obviously, a tower in the bottom lane going to be very nice for Precessions as well. But in the long run, they trade towers 1 for 1. They arguably get the worst of the tower trade because the mid lane tower kind of opens up the map for Exile, whereas the bot lane tower not going to do all that much. And obviously, Precessions leave room for Exile to pick up a couple of kills and to pick up the Rift Herald for their big split pusher in that Trundle. And now he's just going to go find himself a couple of ways, crashing into his tower in bot lane, and be very happy with his position, with his foothold in this game too. Not really sure what Catperson is going for. It looks like he might actually be skipping out on the Cinder Hole, as he has the components of a Ronduin's or Dead Man's Plate. Not really sure exactly what he's going for there. Obviously, he could turn that into a Bombies, into a Cinder. But he has so many components right now and no real completed items that he's kind of wanting for a spike in damage, a spike in tankiness, a spike of any kind whatsoever, because Jarvan's helping. He has a Serrated Dirk, a completed Warrior, a completed Berserker's Greaves. He is doing fantastically for himself. And this Trundle is just putting so much pressure on to anyone that tries to duel him. Very similar to the Aurelia in that almost no one can 1 versus 1 him. Obviously, Henry Rock's going to have a slightly better time in this game against the Trundle rather than the Aurelia, because there's no gap closer from a Trundle to get on top of him, especially once he gets his Trinity Force. He should be able to kite out fairly well, but this is a game where I think Henry Rocks would have liked to honestly go for the blue build Ezreal with that Iceborne Gauntlet, because there's 3 big physical damage threats on Team Exile, and if you judge off last game, if you judge off these team comps, once again, they're looking to kite out with Cassiopeia and with Ezreal. Obviously have the option to team fight with the Malphite, but they would much rather play back and let Team Exile come into them than go for a full-on dive, unless they can find a nice pick with that Malphite ultimate ability. And at 15 on Dragon, we're kind of at a lull in the game, waiting for a team to make a move, and it'll probably be around that next Dragon. It is an Infernal, so we've seen a lot of Infernals this series. Obviously, Precessions doing a lot better in this game than they did in the last, as far as securing those neutral objectives. Close in turrets, just down 1, and 2 dragons up over their opponents in a Mountain and an Ocean Drake, I believe. But obviously, Infernal, the real prize Drake, as far as that's concerned, the best Drake you could ever hope for. But Team Exile playing this smart, honestly. They're creating pressure around this Baron, creating pressure around this top lane tower. And they could just opt to go for a turret trade, and honestly, as we ignore Demonic Pro's rocket jump right there, just forget you ever saw that, but if they create pressure on this top lane, they can delay this dragon, potentially even have Diana solo that one out, as there's not really a steal threat, there's no real vision on that objective at the moment. Or just send Tristan up here, and Jarvan's helping over to the dragon. Looks like maybe they didn't have a grand plan after all. They were just moving around, collecting some farm, holding onto that towers. Now everyone's kind of returning to this bottom lane, but Henry Rocks is still up in the top lane. He's recalling at the moment. It's potentially possible for Team Exile to start this one up. It looks like that is what they're doing. And Precessions, because they had an AD carry in the top lane, slower to rotate than Demonic, they may lose out on this dragon. The Cat Person and Playgrounds looking to fight here. Who's going to get it? Blue team has slain the dragon. That's an Infernal going over to them. Now Jarvan's helping. Going to get knocked up, taken down, but kills it over. Jungler for Jungler. Demonic Pro still virtually untouched, but he's getting touched now by N-. Shadow Vision's trying to do the damage, but without that final spark, cannot close out any kills. Diana flashes forward, but the exhaust can keep N- alive. Now he's rooted up, and N- is kiting him out for an eternity. That Cassiopeia pick. This is what Precessions look to do. They get a big engagement with the Malphite, then they kite out Team Exile, get the dragon, get the kill, now evened up in kills, and potentially looking for this mid lane tower. Only 2 members of Exile stand in their way of this objective. They should be able to get this, and Shadow Vision should be able to get Lane Bower. That's the 6th time, I guess, he's dropped, but he's been caught out by this Lux so many times. You don't really see that many other people on this team falling subject to that same fate. And yes, he's been caught out by a couple of light bindings, but because he took the cleanse, he's able to move away, dodge away from the final spark here. Team Exile still with a decent gold lead as they hold on to their mid lane tower, but definitely losing out in these fights, and this is kind of worrying for the later stages of the game if you're a Team Exile fan, as if they're not playing the tower game, they only have 2 to their name, they need to play the tower game with this Tristana and go for the picks. But it's just not working out entirely for them, as Precessions have honestly found a couple of good fights in a row, and especially with that Dragon Steal by Cat Person, definitely looking good as this middle game comes around here on the Rift. See, it's so much harder for Demonic Pro to push up now. Obviously Diana, same as last game, so strong at the moment, even 1-2-1, so strong in the 1 versus 1 against Playground's Rammus that he's able to push up this farm because Jarvan's helping, has eyes on the enemy jungler. He's just going to be just that much safer in this bottom lane with the Rift Herald, just empowering that split push just that little bit more. Or his Trundle. Gold still pretty nicely, pretty comfortably in the lead of Team Exile, but As we mentioned last game, the scaling is starting to ramp up for Precessions. Obviously, 2 items completed by Henry Rock, still looking for the upgrade there. As Jarvan and crew looking for a catch onto Cat Person, not going to quite find it. That Rek'Sai did go for the Cinderhulk, is pretty tanky. A hard target to single out, to burst out on his own. Lane Bauer dodging out the shadows and the light. He's just kind of the in-between. He's in limbo, I guess. I'm not really sure what the middle of light and darkness is, but we're going with limbo for now. Let me know if you guys have the exact terminology for me. I'm always looking to expand the vocabulary for you guys. That person could be a little bit overextended here, but, you know... Oh, Rek'Sai, he gets his tunnel canceled by a great pillar from that Trundle. Diana now just going to back up, and at the same time, Henry Rocks is getting some damage down on that tower, actually going to drop that one, so turrets are all even here on the Rift. And this gold lead just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Precessions doing a very nice job of closing that gap down. Exile trying to get back in the turret lead, but instead they're going to find themselves behind in it as they lose mid-tower with no wave clear. The wave clear up in the top lane from Precessions is too strong, and now they find themselves behind in towers, behind in dragons. The only thing they have to their name is that one extra kill, and frankly that's not all that much. What's keeping them ahead in gold at the moment is the CS differential, especially in the top lane. There is a ward in that Pixel Brush, so it did spot them out, kind of hovering in this Baron pit, but you don't know for sure whether or not Precessions is taking this objective, which they definitely are. And Minus just kind of zoning Team Exile off of here, and Jarvan's helping. He's not nearly close enough to this. I think Precessions are going to be able to steal this one. 27 minutes in, 3,000 gold, 2,000. Make that one, make that none, as Cat Person gonna smite that one away. Precessions, they're down in gold. They're gonna find a kill up here in the top lane onto Diana. Team Exile absolutely losing control of this game. And looking for the execute, but it's just gonna prolong his death timer here, and Minus and the rest of Precessions have shown up, and he can't go anywhere. Uses the subjugate to try and find something on the Cat Person, but it's just not enough. He gets turned around on, and even though he was able to find one solo kill, if you remember all the way back on the Playgrounds, this game has not been going nearly as well for him. Really know what to say here, as Precessions got that great Baron sneak, just lack of vision coming through from Team Exile. They lose out on that one. Maybe they try and contest this Infernal Drake spawning in 10. This is the second Infernal potentially from Precessions. Don't forget that Precessions also had a Mountain Drake going into that Baron attempt. So it was taken down quickly. Any Dragon should be fast as well. Lane Bauer, now with that Lock of the Ancillary, he's not getting bursted out by Shadow Visions anymore. It's not possible for Team Exile to find picks onto him without a little bit more. Now Cat Person gonna get a kill here onto Jarvan Telling. Potentially, he's gonna flash away with the Black Shield. A huge knockup from Playground. Montrose gets out. Full Meadow Echo cannot say the same though, as then Minus finds one kill onto him. And now that the jungler from Team Exile, Jarvan's helping. He's way too low. He cannot. He just can't kill this one away. It's going to go into the hands of Precessions. Double Infernal, one Mountain, one Ocean in their hands, and they're still behind in gold. I don't know how they're doing it. They're somehow commanding the map, even with a gold deficit. The scaling coming online now. Now Miramana has upgraded for Henry Rocks' Ezreal. 615 Cassiopeia in the middle lane. They're doing what they need to, and now they're going for a dive here onto Exile, but it may be a little bit too much. It cannot take down Cat Person, but he has to flash away. So a nice stall here on the push attempt by Team Exile, but that tower was taken dangerously low. That should be pretty easy takedown for a return by Precessions as they look to close in on the base. This has been a much slower game than Game 1 for sure. Definitely back and forth as well, because Game 1, Team Exile took down that first inhibitor at around 25 minutes into the game. They didn't have the faltering that we saw out of this in saw out of them in this game too. And I wonder again about a couple of the pickups. The Trundle should have dominated in the top lane. He had a beautiful matchup. He even had a solo kill. But Team Exile, they fell plague to a nice teleport play from Playgrounds, a couple good TPs, a couple good team fights out of that Malphite. And then Diana getting solo killed to him, diving, getting caught out, just going way too aggressive in that 1 versus 1. Same time, Shadow Visions on this Lux has not been able to lock down that many targets when MR comes through, and that's one of the reasons we don't see much Lux. Great at singling out targets, but if you can't knock them down 100 to 0, what is that Lux pick really doing for your team? It's kind of discount Ziggs as far as wave clear is concerned, and definitely less overall DPS, less damage over time, as it's really just locked and loaded in the light binding, and whatever damage you can come out, whatever damage you can output after that. Obviously, I believe her E was buffed. The Lucent Singularity got a little bit better of a slow on it, but not really enough to catapult her back into the meta. Jarvan has to catapult himself out of the fight with the collateral damage as they lose yet another tower. Eyes set on the prize on this final inner tower remaining on the map. Precessions likely going to be able to take that one out with ease. No quick response from Exile just yet, but the wave stalling, and Exile, there's not really that much they can do. All they can hope for now is a good series of bindings. Try to lock up a target for a couple of seconds later, that crowd control nicely, and find a pick kill, but they're just unable to find it for themselves. You know, the binding connects onto the tankiest member of Precessions, onto Playgrounds' Malphite. And at that point, what can you really do? You know, Shadow Vision's getting zoned out in the backline by Cat Person. They can't output the DPS, and without the DPS, without the burst, they cannot win these fights, because Precessions absolutely have better damage over time, better sustained damage in these team fights. Exile, they, once again, with a stranger team composition. We questioned it last game, but it didn't matter because they just rolled over Precessions in the early game. Now, when they get tested in the mid game, you know, they did well in the early game. So it's obviously been working for them in scrims. You know, these picks have been dominating the early game, but now it's all up to them to see if they can close the games out, and that has just not been the case here, at least for this second matchup of the night. Interesting that we see Demonic Pro go for the Quicksilver Sash. The only thing you can really use that for would be the Petrifying Gaze, which you shouldn't really be getting caught out with anyways. Obviously, there's the cool little trick where if you get knocked up by Rek'Sai or Malphite, you can QSS an instant flash or instant dash away. But now Lane Bauer, this is the chances you were talking about. He flashes away, but collateral damage, gonna pick up the kill before that satchel charge can even pop on Lane Bauer's head. Flash burnt by the Karma, and a kill is picked up, and this is what Team Exile needs. They need to get a couple of these in quick succession. They have low cooldowns on their bursty ultimates. Maybe they can find themselves a tower, but it's a hard task for them nonetheless, as the clear is just nice enough from Precessions to stall them out for long enough to make them retreat. Pick up Scuttle Crabs, just wait it out. Wait out 25 more seconds for a Baron. Wait out a minute for a triple Infernal Drake. That's potentially a third Infernal for Precessions. And that's about the latest a dragon can spawn before the Elder Dragon would have taken over on top of the Elemental Drakes. Obviously 35 minutes is when Elder Dragon would spawn. But 34 minutes and 45 seconds or so is when that final Infernal will come onto the table. Now this Baron is getting started up. It's at 4,000 HP already. Jarvan's helping, he can't get here in time. Smite is true from Cat Person, picks up a kill. Now it's just to see who can win this 5v5 on the back half. Playground's getting taken dangerously low, does not have access to the ultimate. Demonic Pro doing so much damage from the back line over that wall, but can Team Exile find anything else here? Petrifying Gaze still available from N-, and that's enough for Team Exile to say, hey, we can't chase into these guys. They love to kite us, and we just don't have the front line, don't have the hard engagement to really make plays. One thing they do get control over will be this dragon. Lane Valor gets caught out once again. This has been the story all night. 8 deaths on the night. Jarvan's helping is on a killing spree as they get 2 kills leading into this Infernal. They should be able to grab this one for themselves. Little surprised that Cat Person didn't try and go for a smite steal onto the Drake. Plays it safely, wants to hold on to that flash for a future fight. As a lot of this Baron buff that they did pick up has been wasted now. It's almost, it's about at a third duration spent at the moment. They are in the gold lead, they are in the turret lead, the kill lead, not the kill lead, but tower lead, dragon lead. They're in a bunch, they have a bunch of advantages going for them, especially with the scaling, so just up to them to see if they can close it out. Obviously, when you get to these late game comps that prefer to wait back, it's hard to actually find fights. But that's what the Karma and the Malphite are for. They can get a nice flank from the Malphite. Karma speeds them up, and it doesn't matter if you have 8 deaths on a support Karma. If you press R, then follow it with an E. Just so powerful, so fast. So good at buffing up your team to get into those fights, to back up an engagement. From a Malphite. And the builds coming through from both teams. The more popular penetration build from the Graves coming out. We're seeing that here. That we've been seeing a lot in major play. Shadow Visions went Luden's Echo into Rabadon's Death Cap. So that's a lot of AP. If we check him right now, that is 520 AP flat at the moment. But at the same time, you're missing the Void Staff that N- has had time to pick up for himself. So Lane Bauer's magic resistance with the Lock of the Iron Solari is going to be able to do a lot to stop the burst onto himself or anyone on his team. Wave clear is decent from Team Exile. They've got the Graves, they've got the Lux to try and stop these minions from making it to their tower. They're doing a pretty good job of it so far. Diana Playgrounds, I don't think either of them would win a fight if they hit each other. No one's really taking damage there. Jarvan's helping, getting taken dangerously low, and now this tower is under siege. It's about 60% now. Maybe Precessions a little bit scared to auto-attack onto that tower, but I don't think there's any real need to be. There's no hard engagement from Team Exile other than a flash Soul Shackle or a nicely placed pillar out of the Trundle. So they don't really have to worry about too much when it comes to sieging down these towers, especially with the lead they're in. Now Baron has worn off, but they're making their way in here. This tower is dropping. Valor not taking too much damage from the final spark, but he gets caught up with the binding. They may be looking for a fight around this inhibitor, or Precessions may just want to back on out, get themselves out to safety. Pat themselves on the back, they broke open the base, and now this game is substantially easier. Still no inhibitor just yet, but that first tower has been breached. Now they just go back, buy up some items, and wait for round 2 of the base defense, or base push in Exile Precessions. DS leads, for the most part, still in favor of Team Exile, and that's why they're still pretty close in this game. But if you think about Team Exile going into game 2, you know, what are they going to change up to not lose out on the early lead so much? I think it has a lot to do about their draft, because they do not have much that can force. Yes, they draft a lot of nice lanes for themselves that worked out for the most part, but the team fight is lacking, and clearly they don't really have the means to pull the trigger that Precessions brought out with the Malphite and the Karma. We also have to wonder whether or not Precessions want to choose red or blue side for game 3. Because that obviously has played a pretty big impact in these games. Team Exile in both game 1 and game 2 have been able to counterpick a lot of their lane matchups for themselves. And that's been a large part of why they've been winning out in the early game so much. Both neutral objectives spawning in about a minute and a half. We're going to have to wait for those so we actually see any form of action. Neither team really wanting to make that extra step forward, to go for that risky play, to go for the extra tower, the extra CS, the extra inhibitor. May actually be speaking a bit soon here, as Precessions are making their way back towards this bottom lane. Obviously, if they can take this tower down, or take this inhibitor down rather, Baron becomes incredibly easy with super minions flooding in on the complete opposite side of the base. Exile do not want to let this happen. Steric's Gauge picked up by Catperson actually, gonna get popped. Has a Guardian's Angel as well, so it's very hard to burst out this Rex side, actually keep him locked down. That Mantra E doing so much to inspire from Karma, doing a ton, and this inhibitor is going down. Can Team Exile find the kill on the back of this one? They're looking at the Catperson, he's able to tunnel out to safety. There you go, Team Exile, they can't pull the trigger, they can't go for anything without a pick onto someone, and even then it's so hard because the kiting from the Precessions lineup is so strong. Henry Rocks now looking for a kill on the Full Metal Echo. Flashes over the wall for it, picks up the solo kill. Burning the flash, and that is going to be 50 seconds before Team Exile can get their support back. Precessions looks like they favor the Dragon a little bit more than the Baron buff. Obviously, it's spawning 10 seconds sooner. They're going to go for this one. Team Exile, their response is going to try and burst down this Baron, but you have to remember, Precessions, they have the Mountain Drake. This Elder Dragon, rather, is already down to 4k HP, 3k, 2k. It's going down. Can the Tristana take this one down fast enough? It looks like they can, but a teleport from Playgrounds could mean a disaster for Exile on a fight at the end. Red team is slain a bad smite, but good auto attack there from Demonic. They can't get out of this pit. Diana gonna pick up a kill. Demonic grabs that one. He's still fighting this one out, even down a man. It's 1-1 now. Lane Bauer and gets dropped. Diana looking for one more, but he's stuck in this pit. Henry Rocks is on a rampage. Might even say he's a marksman angel, or an angel of a marksman. Who's to say, but he probably wouldn't want us to call him that anymore. Top laners traded 1-for-1. Neutral objectives traded 1-for-1. Baron for Dragon. And Precessions, honestly, I think kind of missed the ball on that one. Baron buff definitely a lot stronger than an Elder. Although they do have five Drakes to back themselves up with it. Couple Infernals to their name. If you really want the rundown on that, it's 2 Infernals, 1 Mountain, 1 Ocean, compared to the 1 Infernal on the side of Team Exile. So definitely a lot of bonus on hit damage, true damage, coming through with that Infernal, or with that Elder Dragon, but it's already 3/4 of the way spent, and this Baron buff is hardly even halfway. Team Exile definitely getting the better of the trade onto that one, but at the same time, Precessions, they're still in a commanding position in this game. Team Exile cannot use this Baron to try and claw back as far as gold is considered. They're just using it to stall out the onslaught from Precessions, to stall out the push. Look for picks in the meantime. They want to use this extra time they've been granted to find picks, specifically onto N- and Henry. Those are the 2 primary targets for them. That's all the damage from Precessions. If they can take out one or both of them, they're going to have a much easier time in these team fights. But with the way they've been playing so far, 1 death on the Cassio, only 2 deaths on the Ezreal, it's going to be a hard task for Exile to find a pick. And it's all up to Shadow Visions and Full Metal Echo to find those bindings, whether it's light or dark. Get the binding, get the kill, stall out this game a little bit longer, and maybe then, when the death timers get long enough, we can come back in this one. Demonic Crow doing a lot of damage to Catperson. Pops the Sterix. That one will be on cooldown for a fight that comes in the next minute or so. With that bot lane inhibitor dropped, you have to remember that one was taken at the start of all of that too. They're going to look to fight here. Like I said, Diana does have the TP. It will be 4.5 seconds before he can actually use that. Here comes Precessions going for this inhibitor tower get a lot of damage on it. Cat Person taking it up. Henry Rock's forced to use the QS as that's a Mercurial Scimitar. Cat Person, that's a GA popped here. Team Exile may just be able to get this one uncontested, but Precessions trying to get their jungler out alive, and they succeed. Still have a lot of big ultimates, but Playgrounds has to flash out. That's going to be enough. Demonic Pro with the resets. Can he find what he needs? Flash for a double kill. He's looking for the triple onto Rek'Sai in the backline, but Henry Rocks caught out of position 2, has to arcane shift over the wall to safety, and at the same time, the super minions are pounding away at the Team Exile base. Now Demonic Pro won't have a flash for the next fight, and Team Exile as a whole will not have a Nexus turret for the next fight, as one of those was dropped just now to super minions. You can already see the power of this 6-item Tristana coming through. 80% critical strike chance on that late game hyper carry. Doing so much work, and when Precessions don't have the hard lockdown of a Malphite, when Malphite is using his flash and his ultimate to run away from Team Exile, when Cat Person gets bursted out at the start of the fight and is, again, running away, Team Exile are pretty good at chasing those guys down. Demonic Pro is not going to get locked up unless he gets caught out by a nice Petrifying Gaze from N-. But even then, you know, he has the Quicksilver Sash. He should be just fine. And honestly, these fights are gonna kind of be a coin flip with how close the game is, with how close the gold is, with how strong Demonic Pro's Tristana is. Definitely going to be sitting on the edge of our seats. Not gonna know 100% who's gonna win this one out. All inhibitors up now for Team Exile, but a lot of turrets down. They only have 2 towers left to their name. Team Exile do. Haven't really had a chance to put much pressure onto Precessions in the last 30 minutes. 30 minutes ago they were getting tower kills, they were pushing onto those inners, but since then it's been all Precessions' game. Even though the goal's been close, they have been ahead. They've been extending or advancing rather, the line of skirmish or the line of aggression. Pushing on forward, and that's what they're doing once again here. Minus, he gets caught out, but he's safe when it's that far back. If he gets caught out a little bit further forward, he may have to burn some summoner spells or pay with his life. All the carries now, everyone in the game pretty much besides supports capping out at about 6 items, even the supports. Just looking for that one final item as Fullmetal Echo has Azonia's Hourglass for himself, a little more aggressive, whereas Lane Bauer going for the Mikhail's Crucible, trying to keep his teammates out of harm's way. Especially when you see Henry Rocks using that Arcane Shift aggressively, you know. He's using it to get the poke damage down. You have to have a support that can keep an aggressive AD carry like that kind of on a leash. Keep him tame, make sure he can't get focused down by the opposing team. Here they go, they make the press into the base. Shadow Visions has to flash away, and now whose fight is this one gonna be? Fullmetal Echo has to use the Zonia's Hourglass. Soul Shackle's only gonna catch 20. Flash away, Playground gets a huge 2-man knockup, and this is Precessions all the way shut down onto the graves. 3 kills for this blue team, for the first place team, as they even up the kills and look to even up the series. 1 Nexus tower in their way. Now it's just 1 Nexus and not a whole lot of members from Team Exile. Henry Rocks gonna shut down this Tristana, gonna shut down Team Exile in this series, as things are all tied up 1-1. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a good one. Hopefully this one goes all 5 games, but you know what we have to do now? We have to wait for all 5 members of both teams to get back into a lobby so we can show you Game 3. I'll be waiting. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Come in, I can seat you by the fire. Listen, there's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright, but I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light.
We're back. Game 3, 1-1 series. Precessions blue side, Exile red side. Once again, staying on the same sides. And if you look at that, Team Exile have brought back in their standard mid laner, their usual starting mid laner. Holy crap, Holy KRP is back. And yeah, he's definitely an upgrade over Shadow Visions, albeit a small one. Holy KRP, just the synergy they've had from playing so long together with this Team Exile lineup, with Holy KRP in the mix, as well as, you know, he is the highest ranked player in the game, sitting at low masters. So definitely a strong individual player, and definitely a threat for Precessions, as they see it fit to change up their bans just a bit, take Yasuo off the table. And bans already changing for both sides. The Jarvan Shen, very standard for both teams, but now Cassiopeia going to be taken away by Exile. N- is going to have to find a new champion to play in the middle lane. Showcase a different champion other than that Cass. Obviously, very, very strong in the late game. Yasuo, Jarvan, and Zac taken off the table by Precessions. No real surprises there either. The Zac was very strong in the game 1 victory. Exile took over Precessions. Very, very good play out of him overall. Really focusing down N- in the middle. Lucian out of the mix as well. No real surprises from either side. But this will free up the Nidalee. The Nidalee has been a ban that Exile has taken off the table in both games. And now Precessions, they remain on blue side. They have the option to first pick this for cat person. It's in the name. loves the champion. So we'll see if they put a early focus onto that one. Now, Jarvan's helping. He doesn't play really any Nidalee as far as solo queue goes. Now, obviously, there's a possibility that maybe he plays in scrims and whatnot. We cannot really know for sure unless we had an inside scoop on that sort of information. But the Cassiopeia being banned away, one of the strongest picks into Vladimir at the moment, leaves that Vlad as a safe first pick to send towards N- in the middle lane. Now, obviously, he did receive some nerfs on this patch. Not the hugest things in the world, just a little bit lower healing on the transfusion and the health cost to damage, obviously, on the Tides of Blood, knocked down a peg as well. But still going to be that monster heal a ton. Not too badly hurt by those nerfs. But in the succession of nerfs we've seen over the last couple of patches, you have to wonder when he is taken completely off the table. Because no, he hasn't had a huge nerf that's just rammed him like the Gragas. Gragas just completely disappears patch 6.17. Vladimir, he's slowly been kind of ticked away at, knocked a little bit lower in the standings. And that's going to free up looks like a Karma pick and a Rek'Sai pick for Jarvan's helping in the jungle. So his third unique jungler of the series so far. Going to take that one away from Cat Person, but for some reason I feel like Cat Person isn't all that upset by it. To be perfectly honest, with the Nidalee still on the table, that is his most played champion by a fair margin. Could see that here, could see him wait for that one. As Hecarim, definitely another strong pickup that he has resorted to in other series that we've seen him play and Precessions play in the IAL. So going to lock that one down. And, the Zilean, a very strong pick with the Hecarim, going to speed him up and make it so that he can kind of stay in the thick of things in the fights. Obviously, Hecarim is one of those more vulnerable champions. He builds into that very early Trinity Force before the Cinderhulk, so he can get dropped very easily. All of a sudden, you throw in a Chrono Break into the mix, and you're feeling a little bit better about yourself. The only question for me is where the Vladimir and the Zilean are going, because Zilean can go mid-support, Vladimir can go mid-top, so those could kind of teeter-totter based on what these two last picks coming in for Precessions are. Obviously, N- is going to be facing off against the Aurelian Soul in the middle lane. Holy KRP going to be on that champion. We're going to have a lot of cross-map play making potential with that glide, obviously moving fast across the map, and that's going to mean that it will be a Karma support, so the top lane is the last pick for Exile once again, really holding out on that one to make it so that Diana has a nice matchup, has had very good matchups in Game 1 and Game 2, both, but last game faltered a little bit just as far as mechanical and decision-making goes in the 1v1. Lane Bauer switching over to the Malphite, but there's still a lot of time left. Not a lot of time left. 2-1. It's going to be locked in. It's going to be the Irelia for Playgrounds, turning this one around on Diana, but this time it's a blind pick Irelia. So Diana gets the choice of the litter as far as which champion he wants to play into it. Now, Playgrounds, he does play a little bit of Irelia, but it's not that much. He much rather would prefer to be on the Shen, Gnar, or Malphite. Now going towards the Irelia, it's all up to Diana. What do you want to take into that matchup? That's going to determine how well he and his team do, because, quite frankly, it's looked like Team Exile perform when Diana performs, and they falter when Diana falters. So, maybe throw him on the Diana top lane. That's what I want to see. Or Heimerdinger, that one works too. Give me something exciting. Give me something fun to cast for. Let me not have to question myself every time I talk about Diana or Jarvan, because that's just the worst thing ever as a caster, to have to deal with two players on teams in the same game that have, I guess, champion names as their summoner names. I mean, it's just way too confusing to think about. Here we go. This is the Team Exile special. The Olaf top lane. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the Imperial Pro League, that's the top league. Team Exile do have another team up there, and they had a top laner, challenger player by the name Bobby T, who was an absolute monster on the Olaf top lane, getting solo kills all the darn time. So maybe Diana's picked up a little bit on that. Is going to try and style on Playgrounds once again with a very aggressive top laner. Now, as usual, you do have to take a break. My voice needs a break, actually. Believe it or not, solo casting for hours on ends can be taxing on the vocal cords. So, we're going to flip on some music, and you can listen to that beautiful sound before we get back to my own. Yeah, get ready for Game 3 between Precessions and Team Exile. Winner is one step closer to that first place title here in the IAL. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Rift, everybody, and once again, if you forgot, my name's the Enderell, and this is the Grand Finals of the Imperial Amateur League. Can you believe it? We've come such a far way since week 1. Now we've brought it down to the final 2 teams, Precessions on the blue side up against Team Exile on the red side. And if this series, the level 1s have been indicative of how exciting this series is going to be, it is definitely going to be a thrill, as we've had some flashes burnt, some blood spilt in the early levels of these games. Now, Team Exile are invading with only 4 members here, and they're walking over wards. They step on the traps. Jarvan is helping. He is getting destroyed. He's helping Precessions a little bit. First blood goes over to support lane Bauer. The only summoner spell burnt from either squad is going to be the Exhaust, and that was a hard level 1 to watch, and apparently a hard one to talk about as I'm stumbling over all my words. But this is definitely going to set a different tone for this Game 3, because Game 1, Game 2, yes, there was action level 1, but it was favoring Team Exile. Either they burnt double summoner spells out of Henry and Lane, or they got a kill in Game 2 onto Lane. And this time around, it's them walking in with 4 members onto Caitlyn traps. That's something we didn't really touch on in champion selection, is that Henry rocks. All of a sudden, he's going to be on the Caitlyn, and I did talk about this in Game 1 or 2, I believe, is that he's primarily a Lucian player. If Lucian is left on the table, he'll play it every single time. And, you know, it's been banned against him time and time again, so he's not been able to do that. Now, Diana is getting cheeky, but if we continue to talk about this, I don't think anything's going to come of this level 1 too much. As that person just going to land the smite, maybe a little bit lower HP than he'd prefer to be. But Henry Rocks then likes to resort to the Ezreal, kind of similar to Lucian, more of a spell-based AD carry and whatnot. And he's played that in both Games 1 and Game 2. But at the same time, this game around, Demonic Pro gonna snag that Ezreal away from him and toss Henry over to his third best, his third top choice in the Caitlyn, which he did win against Team Exile with in their Game 3 matchup last week. Now, Playground's losing out this level 1 to Diana. Olaf, very similar in Trundle, that level 1, you have such an insane power lead, power edge. With those axes, do so much damage, can just run anyone down the lane, and he actually already burns Playground's teleport. So Playground's, he starts corrupting potion, he returns to lane with a pink ward. So he has nothing going for him. And actually, Cat Person, after just 2 camps, is at 0 HP up there. If you just check kind of the left-hand bar, you see he's got nothing, and he didn't even take the Scuttle Crab. Just went ahead and backed on out of there and picked up a Hunter's Potion. So the delay from Diana on that first camp really hurting Cat Person, making him recall very, very early on. That's going to delay this Hecarim a ton, to be fair, especially up against the Rek'Sai, who already has a 6 CS lead over him, a 1 level lead, and may even be able to go and steal away that blue buff. If he go ahead and calls that, predicts that blue to be gone, or just goes in there for the fun of it. But he looks like he wants to go top lane for the fun of that. Knows that Playgrounds is pretty vulnerable up there. Obviously still holding on to the flash, so not too scared yet for that Aurelia. But if we talk a bit about Holy KRP, he's come into the game. The standard mid laner for Team Exile was unable to be here for Games 1 or 2. And honestly, Shadow Visions did a great job in his stead. They were able to kind of crush through Game 1. Game 2 was a little sloppier, but he wasn't really the reason they lost. It was just kind of scaling, didn't close out fast enough. But Diana forces the flash. Playgrounds lives due to a tick of the Corrupting Potion. Exciting stuff in the top lane, but now he is flashless, and Jarvan is helping. He's looking for him over on the side. But that Aurelia, remember, Diana didn't back. Playgrounds did. Playgrounds backed and teleported back in towards the top lane. Won't have a teleport once again. Team Exile, they get the counter pick for top, and they are slamming this lane for the 3rd game in a row. He actually gets stunned on up. Gonna take a pretty big amount of damage there, but going back to the whole Holy KRP thing. On the Aurelian Soul, they're going for the interesting Keystone Mastery, I guess you'd call it, with the Storm Ranger Surge. I mean, we've seen some people take it, but Storm Ranger is something we usually don't see. The last time I've really seen it would have been on like a Vladimir mid lane, but obviously Aurelian with only the one damaging ability minus the passive. Gonna be liking the Storm Rangers. You get the burst and you get the movement speed to get out of there. Now he's gonna be getting tagged up by Cat Person. Has to flash away. Still has the ghost to his name. Oh, this could be unfortunate for Playground, even worse than it already is. If Diana plays his cards right, look at how many ranged minions are on the blue squad. They're gonna push Diana into his tower, and that could mean a dirty freeze setup for this Olaf. And because he has the slows with the axes, Playgrounds can't show his face. No flash, and he's up against the ghost of Diana. Diana can just run him down the lane with those axes, and you see Cat Person kind of trying to escort this wave into the tower to try and reset everything up there, to try and stop the possibility of a freeze from the Exile top. ARP with the early recall, something we're used to seeing on the Aurelian Soul. Goes back, picks himself up a Dark Seal, just getting the bang for his buck out of the Corrupting Potion. Nice pickup for him, and obviously he has no issue getting back in the lane quickly. Especially if he gets this blue buff, nice for him. But with the Comet of Legend, he flies across the map, and inhuman speed, the speed of light, you might even say. Pretty small guy for someone that's supposed to be like bigger than planets. Jarvan's helping with the nice pink ward, spots out that ward, clears that one away. And minus with the CS lead, even though KRP picked the soul in. Picked it into the Vladimir, as that one was a first pick. But he's not looking to dominate the lane, he's looking to just recall, be that nuisance. Always max HP. Yeah, you can see right there. Picks up the Boots of Swiftness, so he's kind of ridiculous on that champion. You can never kill him. He's never in lane against you, and you're always pushed into your tower. He's either recalling or he's impacting the rest of the map. You never quite know, unless you have really good vision set up around your middle lane. And right now, it is definitely Team Exile with that vision. Early Tracker's Knife for Jarvan's helping. And you can just see that ramp completely lit up. Kind of overkill on wards, actually, if I do say so myself. But holy KRP, he doesn't even expect this gank. He has the Ghost, but no flash. He's going to get cut down here. But the Ghost able to get himself out to safety. Diana popping the TP, canceling it. Just to make sure that N- and Cat Person, they don't want to take that extra step forward onto KRP. Just gonna try and keep his mid laner a little bit safer there. No real jungle action from either team. Gold is pretty much dead even due to the CS lead in the top lane, kind of nullifying that first blood. But it's definitely an impact one. Means that Lane Bauer can get the Sightstone as well as upgrade into the Nomad's Medallion on his first recall. But you'd much rather have that on someone like the Vladimir, on the Aurelia, even Caitlyn, or pretty much anyone other than Zillion. But here we go, 2v2 in the top, flash out from Playgrounds. Here comes Holy KRP though, the Comet of Legend isn't even necessary for kill one. Neither is the Rek'Sai, as a matter of fact. That's a double kill for the Olaf. Diana, I said it before, I'll say it again. Team Exile wins huge when their top laner wins huge. When their top laner doesn't, well, things get a little shaky, and that's been the story of this series so far. They have a lot of pressure in that top lane now. KRP able to go back into the mid lane, not down too much CS, just about 10 once he clears that wave away, but you consider the assist he got as well as the 2 kills for Diana, and this first blood tower going down in the top that Jarvan's helping may actually give solo gold to. This is a great adaptation for him. Team Exile coming out strong even after the rough level 1. Yeah, solo gold, 650 gold going into Diana's pocket after the double kill he got. So he has 2.8k to spend there. He completes his Black Cleaver pretty much from just barely components, a Ruby Crystal and a Longsword into Black Cleaver. Grab some boots, grab some pots. He's ready to dominate this lane once again because he's over double Playground CS. Looking mighty steady up in the top lane for Exile this series. this game a complete opposite of the last as far as where you want to exert the pressure. A very snowbally lane in the top, Olaf into Aurelia, whereas last game was Malphite into Trundle. So Exile and Precessions, neither of them really wanted to put jungle focus up into the top side of the map. This game, it's all been up there, and it's been Exile coming out on top. Now they can use that pressure to get the vision control, to clear out pinks, to get control, to arrest control over this dragon. At the same time, because Precessions is pulled so thin trying to protect their own jungle, they end up losing out on their blue buff. They're just, you know, saving their chickens, you know, save the animals. And Diana pops the ultimate. He's charging forward, knows there's no flash. He did this last game, no playgrounds. He turns it around, gets the solo kill. Diana, last game you did it too, but here we go. Bottom lane, flashes, burns, one from Henry Rocks, but the stun lands. He will get the chrono break though. Lane Bauer going to drop chrono break. A little early perhaps, but made sure the focus got off of his AD carry, sacrificed himself for it. And oh! We don't actually see it, we were just looking at the mini-map. The True Shot Barrage not quite connecting onto Henry Rocks down there. Not quite sure what Diana was thinking there. As they just, I guess, trade 1-for-1 in kills, but now there's a 9 freeze in the top lane. And they have to rein him in. He looks just like Bobby T right now. I hate to say it, but they're playing the same champ. They've got the same style. Either the dive works, and you just roll for the next 20 minutes and close this one out no problem, or it doesn't work and you give Playgrounds a foot to get back in this game. CS looking a lot closer than it was. Diana went from double the CS to just up 15 in a couple of minutes. That lead not looking nearly as big as it was just a moment ago. Exile still with the map advantage. They were able to salvage it, at least get a slight lead for their bottom lane, get a kill onto the Zillion. As well as that Cloud Drake, the next Drake, gonna be another Cloud. So we had 2 games of exciting Infernal. Now we get the scenic route, the Air Dragon. Now Holy KRP slides on over. That was a pretty derpy animation. I like that one. He was drifting over the wall. That's what it was. He wasn't going straight over that one. That was some Need for Speed, some Fast and Furious right there. Over the wall to safety. Now Playground's doing the gank that Diana has been doing all series, but KRP, not necessarily sensing it out, but he just backs on that Aurelion so often. And thinks better of the recall, so now actually Playgrounds has an opportunity to gank this. Both of them do have flash though. Oh, he's walking straight into that bush. And Playgrounds is coming around from behind. Can he get around on this one? Taking a lot of damage, flashes away, but a flash into him by N-. Will slow him down. KRP knocks back Playgrounds, but it's not enough. N- gets a kill. The voice of light was not enough of a voice of reason. As N- and Playgrounds get on in there, get a kill for themselves. Even up that score. Let's even up the gold as much as they can. But Playgrounds, CS lead gonna be going back towards Diana even more after that roam, but you gotta call work on that. The freeze was already in Diana's favor, so now you wait for Cat Person make his way up to the top lane, you clear out those waves, you cancel the freeze, unless Diana just does it himself, which it looks like he's doing a pretty good job of freezing at the moment. Oh, and now he's popping the teleport into the bottom lane. Cat Person maybe a little bit too far forward, but it gets canceled. That's going to be a chrono break now on the Cat Person, keeping him alive. Demonic Crow in a lot of trouble, but not if he gets the assistance of KRP. They get 1 kill onto Lane Bauer, and Yurok trades back 1, but now Playground's going to get taken down by Full Metal Echo. 2-for-1 in the favor of Team Exile, even though the teleport got canceled. It could be a 3-for-1 now. Henry Rocks, the next one to go down. Cat Person charging away. The move speed just a little bit too much to catch up from. Or to catch up to. Now N- just trying to clear out in the top lane. Diana, you really don't want to be diving those towers. I think you want to rethink your life if you go for another dive like that. Cat Person looks like he's not going for the early Trinity Force, possibly sensing that his team has so much damage already that what they're lacking is a front line. And we're used to seeing the Trinity Force, then Cinderhulk, but maybe even Cinderhulk this game, maybe even no Trinity Force. Just because the rest of his team is so damage-centric that they really just need someone in the front. Obviously, he has the Zillion for a second lease on life. But just wants to be, if he wants to be in the front line for a little bit longer, then Cinderhulk's the way to go. That's what he's picking up now, and with that Null Magic Mantle, says to me that he's not looking to itemize into a Trinity Force anytime soon. Still a little bit off on this dragon. The 2-minute countdown hasn't popped up on our screens, and it's only a Cloud Drake. Obviously helps with the chase down, especially with someone like Olaf on your team. Helps you run at Ezreal if you're getting kited, you know. It's not a bad Drake by any means, and, you know, one of them, it's not, the buff it received a couple patches ago, the extra move speed, isn't a lot when you have one, but when you start stacking up a couple of those, the buff is pretty significant and can cut down a lot of time on the rotations. Exile, they have been loving the Rift Herald this entire series, partially because they've been loving Diana's top lane this whole series. Tried to take it in all 3 games. Game 1, obviously, didn't quite want to stay on the map as they were dropping it. That one will go over to Diana, we can only assume. That's the logical choice for Exile to hand that off to. What I really like those, or I'm interested in, is the Hextech GLP coming out of KRP in the mid lane. The GLP out of KRP, Rap God, Enderell in the house. As they're going for the tower, Onslaught of Shadows comes in. KRP taking out this tower. Diana taken dangerously low. One more could do it, and minus gets that one. Now Jarvan and KRP trying to kite on out, but the double bomb gonna pick up a kill lane. Bauer, bloodthirsty as he is, gets one. That's actually the Chrono Break burnt from Cat Person, but he's still alive, so kind of a waste of that ability as he's not gonna get the heal after that one times out. Gonna force him off the map, force him to recall. The minions, there's just not enough of them for Precessions to try and take a turret lead here, but the couple of kills there do even up the gold for the most part. With the dragon spawning in 15, they may try to walk themselves over there. Obviously, Hector, a big lover of speed, gonna love that Cloud Drake. Even if it doesn't mean that much in combat, doesn't mean anything in combat, really. But just getting in there for the charge at the start. Maybe lacks up for a bit of damage he loses from Triforce. I'm really trying to reach for a couple of these points I'm trying to make. But the main one is that Dragons or teams fight over in the mid game when they can't quite siege down a tower. Neither team with the best siege in the world. They both have decent wave clear. So it's really hard to especially go for these mid towers, which are pretty much the ones left. Henry Rocks caught on the wrong side of this map. Has the flash who gets over the wall. Red team is slaying the dragon. Jarvan is helping. He really hasn't been on point with the smites. Even a couple of Barons have been picked up by Demonic Pro with either auto attacks or here it looks like a true shot barrage. Something he definitely needs to work on because we've seen games turn off the back of a smite. A game that, you know, makes me remember would have been KT versus Rocks Tigers, game 5 of the LCK finals, where a smite was missed and that kind of turned it around. That was the difference between a first or second seed. That was the difference between going to Worlds or not for KT as they fell in the gauntlet. But this is the difference between winning in the IAL or losing in it, as these 5 games, these last 3 games remaining, are the ones to decide our victor this evening. And you definitely don't want to see a reverse sweep like what happened on Tuesday. Obviously, that's kind of out of control as it's tied up 1-1 here. But 5 members strong. Playgrounds has TP, no real ward to go to. You can just see how hard it is for either team to really siege down towers. And if you're Exile, I feel like you really want Diana to be splitting right now. Even down a teleport, you can create so much pressure with the advantage he had, but did sort of throw that away when he dove onto Playgrounds. And it still looks like the fear is enough, as skipping the Trinity Force Playgrounds is going for the Ronduin's Omen. Plus a Phage, not really sure how effective that item is. Those Cloud Drakes making it so Demonic Pro gets out safely. Throw up a big cap of pride in there and call it a day. The Baron is now alive. 6-6 the kills. Gold pretty much evened up. My voice is ready for a couple more hours of this if we go 5 full games. Teams should be ready. I mean, Exile, another thing they have going against them in this match is that they've had a lot of forfeits to get here. So not only have they had less practice as a team, they've had less practice in a 5-game series, in a best-of-5 series, whereas Precessions have played a couple of those to make it here. Obviously, not necessarily going all 5 games, but doing well for themselves. On the Rift, neither team wanting to be the ones to make that mistake, because if you lose this game 3, there's so much pressure on you. You have to win 2 in a row after a loss here. Games 1 and 2, they're a little bit, you have more leeway. Especially Team Exile, they win game 1, they lose game 2, it's all back even. Now it's just a best of 3. You lose this game, you have to win 2 in a row, so neither of these teams want to take the chance. And that's partially why Playgrounds is going for the Ronduin's Omen. He knows that he's probably not going to be a carry in this game. And Minus, he's getting caught up. Uses the Proto Belt cleverly to break the tether between him and Full Metal Echo. So once again, just no real threat of a kill either way. Difference in Ezreal playstyle, Demonic Pro going for the Iceborne Gauntlet, whereas Henry Rocks was going for the Trinity Force all game. And honestly, I think Demonic probably could have gotten away with the Trinity Force this game. Maybe just trying to kite away from the dive of Hecarim and Aurelia, especially with Azillion to buff them up. That's Frozen Fist, not going to be a bad item at all. Now, Henry Rocks, remember, he lost the flash. He's getting straight up dove. Diana in the 1 versus 2, but he has teammates on the way. Here comes KRP. They're looking for more, and there's no ulti on Cat Person. With the blind, not enough to shatter. Cat Person sent him back to base. But check this out, that's going to be a kill and a bottom lane outer tower going over to Exile. They're going to take all 3 outer towers now, 3-1 that score, and they jump up 3,000 gold off the back of a nice play from Diana. We've been criticizing him for good reason, to be fair, but when he goes off, and the team is playing around him. Feels so hard to siege into that Vlad, though. Pretty brutal to try, especially this early in the game without any sort of a Baron to buff up your minions. But the classic jungle duel, Rek'Sai versus Hecarim. If I had told you Hecarim would have been a meta jungle pick at the beginning of the season, people would have told me I was crazy, because for the longest time, the last 2 years, 3 years, he hasn't seen any play in the jungle, at least competitively. The only play he saw on an international stage would have been in the top lane. Back when, Ignite TP was the meta, or Smite Teleport was the meta. Even this season saw a little bit of play with Ghost. But definitely a dominant jungler, especially in solo queue. Competitive play, he hasn't seen quite as much showtime. Hasn't quite been in the spotlight as much. We got a glimpse of the Mountain Drake popping up there. That'll be spawning in 35 seconds. Team Exile with the Dragon domination this game. 2 Cloud Drakes to their name, looking to make that a 3rd. And it made a difference last game for Precessions. They got 4 Elemental Dragons to their name. Then when they get the Elder Dragon, it didn't make too much of a change for them, as they didn't get too much off of it. But 4 Drakes, that's quite a lot of extra true damage built on, because that's how the Elder Dragon works. And now N- Cat Person kind of dancing around there, but they don't want to go in for the fight. Demonic Pro does, though. Aggressive Arcane Shift. Definitely aggressive here on the Ezreal, like the Tristana. The key difference being that Ezreal's Arcane Shift, it doesn't reset, buddy, so you can't go in for the kills and expect to get out safely. Definitely have to be a little bit safer on that champion. Both top laners have TP, the dragon has spawned. Who's gonna pull the trigger? Neither team just yet. It's actually Precessions, they could just rotate mid lane. It looks like what they're trying to do here, just trying to get Exile to bait this one out. Pulling back Precessions. They don't want to lose this dragon, but they also want to fight in the middle lane. That's a TP in, but both top laners. Flash knockup on Henry Rocks. He flashes on out safety. Cat person. He goes in with no HP. Can he get the revive? He will, and now Playgrounds does not have that same luxury. He's in a lot of trouble. He flashes on out Diana, looking for another kill, but Team Exile, they can't secure anything just yet. That's one for them though, and they're walking into for Diana. Can they get it up? That's a double kill for Demonic Flow. Make that another onto N minus. No, not just yet. Voice of Light. Catches 2. Double kill shutdown for KRP. 4 kills for 2. Team Exile looking to push into the mid. Maybe not just push into the mid, because they lost the Earth Dragon. Lane Bauer with the revive. The only person he could get to safety was himself, as revive went onto Cat Person, but they just kind of sat on his dead body. He'd already used the onslaught. He had no way to get out. And without a smite, Exile, no fear in going for this. They have the Void Rush from Jarvan's helping. I got a little scared because it's been Cat Person playing the Rek'Sai all series long. 2 games on him so far. So I thought he was going to get a steal or maybe even a triple kill, as Exile was dangerously low. But that was their own jungler. Secured the dragon for that squad. Now 4.4 thousand gold in the lead, this Exile team. Bouncing back after a rough game 2. Definitely still close. Could definitely go either way, as scaling is in the favor of both teams, honestly. They both do stuff in the later stages of the game. Aurelion Sol, as you'll know, nothing to joke about, as well as that Caitlyn Vladimir. Gonna do a lot of damage, stay alive for quite a while, be hard to jump on. Only 27 minutes in. We're in for the long haul this game, I feel. Neither team is taking too aggressive of plays. We're just waiting for neutral objectives to spawn. That's when they fight. Yes, Exiles tried to siege a couple of times, but the waves just get cleared and no fights really come of it. They just kind of back themselves up, go to farming their camps. But Lane Bauer is waiting for this one, and Henry does have the red buff, so they may be able to get the ulti. Diana's going in, but you have to remember the chrono break. It gets popped. He's just going to turn on to Lane Bauer. It's a 1 versus 2. He needs to get on out of here. Don't forget, there is a red buff on Henry. He's actually buying time for Exile to start up this Baron. They know they're standing on that shrine from the scuttle, but they have no fear. They have an Earthbreak to their name. This Baron is dangerously low. 4k right now. It's up to Cat Person to make his way in. It's up to Exile to back themselves out. And Lane Bauer is the one defending the split push from Diana. He doesn't have the chrono break. Diana, we've questioned him for his dives before. He will not get kited out by that Zillion. Now they have to make a choice. They go for the fight. 4 versus 4. No TP. That's 1 kill. That's 2. And this Baron could be theirs. And minus looking for more onto Demonic. That's going to be a double kill for him. And Jarvan's helping. No flash, no tunnel, nowhere to go. They pick up a 4-kill team fight. Only lose Lane Bauer up in the side lane. And they may just get this Baron as well. There's no one to stop it. No TP from Diana. And all Exile is going to get is that 1 kill. And potentially this bottom lane inhibitor tower. He gets it, but the 4-second empowered recalls are too much for him to tango with. He's going to recall on out of there, or just walk back to safety, as he knows that Precessions is going to get there in just a blink of an eye. Precessions, even after that fight, they still only have 1 tower to their name, so they're going to get a lot out of this Baron, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say, but at the same time, it's gold that they probably could have had already. It's standing gold, it's free gold, a turret's a turret. Gold is gold, so they're going to enjoy it either way. And now they're going for a dive here. This could be a little bit risky underneath the tower. Here comes a TP in from Diana, and minus already very low, has to flash away, but Holy KRP is getting turned on. Jarvan's helping, gonna eat the ace in the hole. And looks like both teams just gonna back away to safety, or will they? The tower goes down. A lot of abilities popped, but no kills taken from either side. Now, Precessions, they're going towards the top lane. They want the 3rd and final outer tower dropped off the map from Exile. This will open things up for them to pressure even more and pressure deeper into Exile territory. Knocking down that tower, no resistance, but N- has to recall on out of here, as well as Playground, so it could be a 4v3 up here. Here we go, Jarvan's helping, he goes to the engage, Henry has to flash away, they still have the Chrono Break, and Jarvan helping. He's gonna get stunned up, trapped up by the Cupcake. Diana going for 1 versus 2 in the middle lane, but now they know it's a 4v3 in the top. They pop the ultimate. Zillion has nothing left he can do. Henry Rocks is taken very, very low, but they turn it back on the KRP. That's 1-for-1 right now. And Diana, he is going to go down in the middle lane and minus on a rampage. Exile, they need to get more out of it, but they just can't. 2-for-1 when all is said and done. And there's 2 members from Precisions in the middle lane. They can push down this mid. Can Demonic get a little bit more? He's going aggressive, flash forward, auto attacks. Could they be enough? He misses the Mystic Shot. It doesn't even matter. He gets the kill. I'm just screaming all the time. There's no pause in the action. So 2-for-2 when all is said and done. Kills even, gold even. Jarvan's helping. He's about to get evened up unless he can tunnel on out to safety. Looks like they may just be able to do that with the Iceborne Gauntlet, trying to kite this one out. Tides of Blood does not connect, so we do not get the Rylays procced on them. They get out to safety. Fortunately for KRP, his Dark Seal sitting on a sad 2 stacks for him. It hasn't been the best game for stacks as that Aurelian Soul. Not making too many map plays either. Just kind of grouping up with the team, letting those stars do damage. You have another Mountain Drake spawning just about now. Really KRP gonna be able to get a blue buff before that happens. Well, both teams here with 5 members. They may not have teleports, but the top laners are definitely all on board here. Diana getting slowed out. He may have to pop Ragnarok. He will. Capitalism taken very low, though. Gonna need that Zillion to keep him alive. And minus jumping in the back is unstoppable. Jarvan's helping. That's a double. Capitalism is still alive. He goes down in the end. Triple kill for N-. Can he make it a 4th? Can he make it a quadra? Holy KRP has other plans in mind, but he's gonna get dropped. Playgrounds picks him up. The bomb from Lanebauer, obviously not going to take him down, take his own allies down. Demonic was able to live on the back half of that, but 10, 1, and 5, N-. Devandroy is Cassiopeia, that freed him up to first pick Vladimir. Now he is popping off here. They take the Mountain Drake. The next one will be an Elder, and they're pushing down the mid lane. Death Timer still not coming through for Exile, so this mid-inner will drop virtually uncontested from them. This is pretty surprising, honestly. It feels like the N- show at the moment, because Cat Person is going in. Yeah, he's just wasting time. He's being that body that he needs to be for his team. You see no Trinity Force on him. He's full tank Hecarim. And it's all N- in these fights. Henry Rock's not even doing all that much. 1 and 4 on the Caitlyn, but 10-1 on the Vladimir. This late game monster absolutely popping off. And it seems to me that the Precessions lineup, it's just too beefy. It's too beefy for Exile to cut through. Diana threw away the lead with a couple more tower dives. Wasn't utilizing the split push nearly as effectively as he needed to. And, you know, Ezreal without the Trinity Force, he's going for the more defensive Iceborne Gauntlet, not doing all that much. And not even, he kited the fight well, he lived, but he couldn't take anyone down in the process. They only dropped 1, and that was KRP with the stars doing that. So, Exile definitely wanting for a good fight here, wanting for a pick that they can try and turn this game back around again, because once again it was Exile with the early lead, just like all games so far. Game 1, Game 2, the Game 3, they jumped out to an early lead. Game 1 they closed early, Game 2 they didn't, Game 3 they didn't. Maybe it's just up to them to be able to close this out, because it does not look like they're doing that nearly well, and that's what separates a good team from a great team. Precessions, they finished first place in the regular season. Even though their lane phase is weak, they're playing these later stages of the game very, very nicely. And it's resulted in a win and a turnaround in this game for them. And Exile finished third, you know, maybe just not at the same caliber of play. Diana now has to pop the Ragnarok, but he's getting shielded up pretty substantially. Taking a ton of damage at the same time, though. And minus no fear in his eyes. He can just tank up this tower. Look at him go. He just pulls away, you know, pops down the Hemo Plague. Probably didn't even need to, gets himself out to safety. Now his team was taken fairly low. They've got sustain. They have Vamp Scepter on the Caitlyn. They've got, you know, just Vladimir in general. He's sustained so well. So they're almost full HP now. They could be going for a dive. Cat Person tried and is backing up, and you can just see the damage they put down. It's not sticking onto Precessions. That might be enough to dissuade Henry Rocks from sticking around any longer, as one more auto from Demonic may have been enough to take him down. Oh, that's a ghost from Cat Person. Gonna get the knockback onto Demonic, forces the flash. He still has the onslaught of shadows, but Demonic is turning this one around. Can they do it? Get the knockup onto Lane Bower. And you see on your minimap, Holy Carrier P and a teleport. They're all coming around for a flank. That's gonna be Lane Bower flashing through that Star Surge. And they're chasing him down. They get the kill. No ulti popped by that Zillion. No reversal of the time. We're not going back to the future anymore. Cat Person may be going back to his base, though, as he cannot dodge out on these axes. The auto will slow him down from that Dead Man's Plate. And that inhibitor is open. Diana could probably just go for that. Team Exile can go for this Baron at the same time. 3 members alive from Precessions. They have to make up their mind. Do they stop this Baron, or do they stop this inhibitor? It looks like the inhibitor is going to be what they value more. It's going to be their decision. And Diana just going to back away. Or not. He has no Ragnarok for a couple more seconds, and the Rylai's is slowing him down for so long. He is probably going to be long for this world, but so is Baron Nashor. And Jarvan's helping, going to secure that one for his team. And minus is now legendary. They will still have Baron buffed. By the time this Elder Dragon spawns, they can try and layer those big buffs, those neutral objectives a little bit. Exile can. But the big takeaway from that is Diana dropped. He doesn't have the Baron buff anymore, so his split push is significantly reduced. Yes, he still wins out in a 1v1 versus pretty much anyone besides like N- at this point. At the same time, you will not have the power of those minions, those buffed up creeps at his aid. Just the war of the game now from both of these teams. Once again, not wanting to make the mistake that cost them the game, because Death Timers, they're up to 50 or 60 seconds at this point in the game. Things can get rough. You lose a ton off of just one death, and with an Elder Dragon spawning in 20, with Team Exile having a Baron buff, if they lose a member, they waste the Baron and lose the Dragon. If Precessions die, they lose the Dragon, and they open up 60 seconds that Exile can just pressure them relentlessly with a numbers advantage, just utilizing the teleport, utilizing the Baron and the Dragon all at the same time. This is going to be where we're going to fight, ladies and gentlemen. Baron, or Dragon rather, is live on the Rift. Just clearing out wards, so no fight just yet. But Celestial expansion, or rather the passive of those stars. Celestial expansion is the W, and you make it a little bit bigger. But those passive stars gonna reveal the intentions of Exile. Just sitting in that bush. The real intentions, the true intentions, are to push in here. Star Surge catches out at minus. That's a big stun. He uses the bull to get out of harm's way. But Cat Person, he may need the Zillion. He will. He's getting revived. But the kiting out of Demonic is so strong. Henry Rocks now taking a ton of damage. And N minus, he's going to almost get taken down. The pool keeps him alive for just a moment. Can Exile get back in here for the fight? If they don't, for these next couple of seconds, Precessions, they have a base right there. They have a fountain. They can revive, or not necessarily revive, but heal. Oh my god, Demonic! He catches him with the ulti. That was a huge true shot barrage. Now that Mantra E inspiring his allies to leave the base. Henry Rocks getting caught out there and then turning this one around. Jarvan, he's in the fight, but he's gonna get dropped. Legendary goes N-, but that's Playground's dropping in the back. Holy canopy, that's a double kill for N-. Can he keep doing the damage? I don't think he can, but Tony's keeping alive for just a moment. One more he pulls, and he's surely going to go down here. Shut down Demonic Pro. That's 3 members down. 3 members alive from Exile. Can they look for more on this push? They still have 15 seconds on Henry Rock's Demonic Pro. Started it all off with that exquisite true shot barrage. Can he finish it right here? It does not look like it. No real minions to push into that base, but they got what they came for. They won the team fight, they shut down N-, and they got the inhibitor. Now, without the Baron buff, Dragon maybe a little bit more risky, but they have the inhibitor down there. That's like having an extra man pushing in bot lane for you. They have teleport on Diana, they can send him to the top lane, create so much pressure with that inhibitor dropped. Cracking the base is what they needed in this game. Warm tea soothes the throat. Makes me feel good, man. Definitely needed it after that ridiculous fight there. Demonic Pro. I've been riding him this whole series, but like kind of like backhanded compliments. Like, oh, I didn't think he was going to be that good, but he turned out to be really good. No, he's just really, really good. Like that two-shot barrage catching out Henry Rocks was the entire reason they won that fight. If there's a double threat still alive from Precessions, they can't do that. If they have to kill Caitlyn and Vladimir, it's just too many targets to actually take down. And Exile, they come out ahead. And now with the Cat Person showing in the top lane, you see the pings, you hear the pings onto that Elder Dragon. Diana doesn't even care. He gets that tower even with the Hecarim, and you gotta, why are you sending Hecarim top lane? Precessions, what are you thinking? That Baron is gone, or that Dragon is gone. They had double Earths, I believe. And now it's time to pressure in the middle lane. Can he catch him? They get the stun, but it's Cat Person. That's not the ideal target. But you just see that true shot barrage burning the true damage from that Baron buff, doing so much though. One inner tower remaining in this middle lane, a minute and a half on Baron, so the Elder Dragon gonna be pretty much irrelevant when that Baron spawns, so not gonna be able to overlap those at all, but they are gonna be able to take down this tower with virtual ease. No real threat from Precessions. N- has to put on the carry pants, put him on big time here. And honestly, maybe Lane Bauer needs to save the Chrono Break for Cat mid lane or for the Vladimir. This tower, it could go down here, but they're trying to put DPS down onto Jarvan. They're doing so much, but is it enough? The tower goes down, N- is low, and Diana is into the backline. He's getting chunked out though, that's a big bomb onto him, and KRP is low as well. Precessions back up to farm away the super minions, and Exile back up to heal and prep for this Baron, but now that's yet another inhibitor tower cracked open by the Egg Squad Goon Squad. And this is the point in the game when a lost fight could mean everything. Obviously Precessions, if they win a big fight, 5-0, 4-0, something like that, it's going to be a little bit harder for them to close out the game because there's still the inhibitor tower left. But Exile, with that bot lane inhibitor down, with, you know, the mid lane inhibitor tower down, it's going to be pretty easy for them. If they get a good fight, if they can take out 3 or 4 members of Precessions, they can just close out the base. And Cat Person is not even going to make an effort here on this Baron. It's going to go over for free to Team Exile. Now it's just a question of where they send their team. Do they go mid for the open inhib, or do they go top, catch that big wave? Do they split with Diana? We'll find out. Looks like they're going to do the friendly thing, the Canadian thing, to do a group up as 5 members in the top lane. And as I say that, Diana goes mid lane, so I'll just stop trying to analyze anything they try to do, because Diana is on his own page. He dies when I say don't. Doesn't die when I say do. He TPs, he split pushes, he does whatever the heck he wants, whenever the heck he wants. And no surprise that he's doing this again. Ball lane inhibitor has respawned. So Team Exile, they're looking to pull off of top lane. Maybe gonna leave Jarvan's helping over there. He does have Void Rush, but no real tunnels built up to help out his team. They're just going into base now, blocking up Cat Person. And I wish we could see the bot lane inhibitor, because it's gone. We can't even see it anymore. Diana takes out, as Playground just can't even duke it out with him. Cat Person, he's going in for the fight, but he's going to get rooted up by Full Metal Echo. And they do the damage. Throw out the flash out the back, and Cat Person, he's still alive, and that's going to be a wasted Chrono Break. But Lane Bauer picks up one onto Full Metal Echo. Jarvan's helping. He's in the back lane. There's no DPS out of him. He has no assistance other than KRP trying to turn this one around, but now KRP, he may be too far forward. Double kill, but Diana, he ends the game. I wasn't even looking at all of that. Diana, what are you thinking during all of that? It was just a stall. I thought Exile was completely throwing the entire thing, but he just ended the game in front of them. This is looking exactly like game 1 of the series on Tuesday evening with a top laner. Oh man, he ended it. I'm excited. The game ended without a result. That's a darn lie, because Diana definitely resulted that one. And we're going to see if Team Exile can finish them off, can finish off Precessions in game 4, or if we can scrape some silver and make it go all the way to game 5. Don't go anywhere. I'm pumped up. I hope you are too.
just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran Oh, I can't forgive, can't forget myself. The peace that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back this one part, this one that I'm sorry I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run.
All right, everybody. We are back. And we're looking at a very different champion selection here for the first game of this entire series, Game 4, believe it or not. It's going to be Team Exile on the blue side, Precessions on the red side. That may have something to do with the power that N-'s first pick, Vladimir, did. So I'd be completely surprised to see Team Exile not go for that sort of first pick, because they won 2 games on the red side. It absolutely worked for them. And now they want the blue side, so maybe gonna try and grab themselves that Vladimir early in rotation, or ban it away, pick Cassiopeia for themselves. Those are the 2 picks that I could possibly see happening, but for the most part already, the two standard bans, Lucian Shen, Jarvan Zac, very standard for this entire series for both teams, staying true. Last ban for Exile is gonna probably tell me what they're going to go for a first pick. If it's the Cassiopeia, then it's almost assuredly a Vladimir first pick, in which case I'd like to see Precessions ban away the Vlad themselves. If Exile leave Cassiopeia up, then I believe Precessions could leave Vladimir up as well and kind of counterpick it with that, or counterpick the Vladimir with Cassiopeia. But instead, they ban away Vladimir. Cass is still on the table. Yasuo instead taken away from KRP. That's going to be a first pick Karma. We've seen it a couple times this series. Definitely favored highly in all of the rotations. It's been doing some work for the teams, but was able to be successful for Full Metal Echo in the last game. The Zillion from Lane Bower worked to an extent, but I do think the Chrono Break probably should have been used on the 11-kill Vladimir rather than the full tank Hecarim, which, you know, he revives and he's still tanky, but he's not really doing too much. Cat Person going back for the Rek'Sai would not be a surprise whatsoever to me. I would definitely expect to see that come out of him. Looked a lot less comfortable, and Hecarim didn't do nearly as much as he had in the previous games on the Rek'Sai pick. And also Henry really wanting his Ezreal. That's his second AD carry behind the Lucian that always gets banned away from him. He wants to be on that rather than the Caitlyn. So he first rotations that, so Demonic can't steal that away from him here. A little bit of time, and the one difference this game too that is going to be a result of the side swap between these two teams is that all of a sudden it's going to be Precessions with the option to counterpick in the top lane. Exile is going to have to show that early, so they're not going to be able to go for the really strong lane for Diana, probably, but you have Gnar on the table, and Playgrounds Aurelia left a lot to be desired. And I'm not sure if Aurelia is necessarily the best pick into Gnar. Yes, it can win out, but if there's jungle attention up in the top lane and you get Gnar rolling, he gets that frozen melt, runs him down forever. Oh my, Gragas. This is my first time really seeing the new Gragas in a competitive style format here. That's going to be a very, very long cast time on the ultimate, and Demonic is going to be returning to the Jinx from game 1. Now, if you remember, the Jinx had a really rough time in the early game up against Henry Rocks, but then a couple of fights went well for them down in the bot lane, and he scaled up ridiculously hard, took down the towers very quickly, similar to his Tristana pick in game 2. Just slightly better team fights, was able to stay in the backline, did a ton of damage, and the rockets were definitely on point from him as well. Excited to see that come out of him once again. Love seeing the less standard picks. Now, Cassiopeia, no surprise that N- is going to that. And the Bard, once again, for Lane Bauer, a champion that he's really impressed me on in the past. The Bard has been very, very strong for him, and we're going to see him back on that here in Game 4. Remember, Team Exile is up. Even though they were the lower seed coming into this Grand Finals, they're up. They're up 2-1 here in this best of 5. They win this game, they win it all. Win the prize pool and everything. Precessions go home after a strong season. They pull an Immortals on us and don't end up winning. We're going to see what they round out their compositions with. But I'm definitely excited to see this Gragas. Going to be an interesting pickup for sure. And if we see this Kled, I would be incredibly surprised. Don't foresee that coming through whatsoever. Aurelian Soul. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me. But now, it's going to be Playgrounds with the pick of a litter. What does he want to play into that Aurelia? Maybe it's this Malphite, and he does. Even though Aurelia does bring some true damage to the table, he says he doesn't even care. He wants to go to a signature Malphite. His Shen's banned out. His Gnar performed terribly against Diana's Aurelia in game 1, so he resorts to his much more standard third pick in the Malphite. If we look at these compositions, both of them have similar and yet very different team fights. Precessions built up this lot of wombo. They're good at kiting back. They've been drafting a lot of Ezreal. He's good at kiting back. Cassiopeia, same thing. But at the same time, Cassiopeia with the Miasma can layer that underneath the unstoppable force coming out of the Malphite. You can chain CC so incredibly well with that. It's also the knockups really telegraph where they're looking for the Petrifying Gaze to actually get that stun to land. Whereas Exile, once again, they want to buff up that Aurelia with the Karma. This time has an extra dive buddy in the Gragas. They're going to be looking to focus out N- and Henry Rocks in the backline. And I tweeted out, if you check that, guys, Henry Rocks needs to channel his inner marksman angel. If he wants to be scraping some silver, push it to a game 5. Can he do it? Or can Exile close it out right here? We'll find out after the break.
From far away they came to us with knowledge.
Game 4, ladies and gentlemen, we are here on the Rift. This is game point. Team Exile up 2-1 in this series. A surprise to me, honestly, as Precessions were the clearly better team coming into this as far as regular season goes, as far as the last time they played them went. But Team Exile ahead in the best of 3. Now can they turn it into a best of 5 victory? Precessions with an interesting level 1. You know, Team Exile, they've been doing interesting invades all series long. Game 1, 2, and 3, they always grouped up and went into the enemy jungle, and it worked in games 1 and 2. Last game, not as hot. They ended up losing, I believe. Jarvan's helping, but Precessions stacking up, kind of a cheesy invade that you usually don't see much of. Unless you're against like a Blitzcrank and solo queue, and then you just call all your guys to sit there, you ward up the entrances, make sure that you know where they're coming from, and sit there. Blitzcrank, he's not too hot if you don't have the element of if he doesn't have the element of surprise, and you get the jump on him. But obviously no Blitzcrank in this game, unfortunately. Although that would be very exciting to watch and cast, or very sad as someone's finals dreams, someone's first place dreams went down in a heap of mechanical goo, gunk, flutter. I don't know. I'm just totally out of it right now. But KRP, he's pushing the mid lane. Classic Aurelion Soul tactic. We'll likely see him go farm away a couple of the baby Krugs. Now, there is a way to play around this, and it doesn't actually look like he's going for any of the Krugs. As the counterplay is available. Had Catperson started on his red buff, he could have then looped around and caught out KRP. When he was level 2, going on those Krugs, maybe burn to flash, burn to cleanse, or gotten the kill, or both. Any of the above, that's all very, very valid. KRP playing it a little bit safer this game. You can already see just the power of that Aurelion Soul. The push is so ridiculous. Not going for the race. He's making me seem foolish here. So he just drops the ward and gets out of dodge. Full Metal Echo. Going for the last hit with the Mantra Q there. Monic Pro cursing his support's name because Full Metal Echo has more CS than his AD carry right now. It's 5-4, if you can believe it. I'm not sure if you really want to be CSing on a support that doesn't have a Targons, but Full Metal Echo's putting on the carry pants himself, saying this lane is my lane. Look at me, I'm the carry now. But it's all in good fun for Exile because they're riding high right now. They're up 2-1. They're not in too much trouble, but a Catperson is putting Diana in a bit of an awkward position. Not gonna get a flash or anything, but gonna chunk him out pretty substantially. I don't know though. Catperson playing around top lane doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You know, game 2 they had the Malphite as well, and I said it wouldn't really make sense to play around the top lane because he's not going to win the game. You know, Malphite, Malachi, Mundo, I don't even know, like all of these top laners that are, you know, tanks primarily, we're going to put that on hold as fully KRP. He's going to get chunked down, has to flash away. That's flash forward, and minus gets the first blood, gets out to safety. That's probably going to be a kill for Jarvan's helping flash. Knock up. Jarvan gets the kill, but he gets taken down. 2-1 trade. That is definitely not worth it. As this Cassiopeia going to be a monster here. Getting a couple of items. Interesting, actually, that Holy KRP, he bought the Dark Seal after he had died, right? But he got the assist while he was dead as well, so he got 1 stack on the Dark Seal, even though he was dead. And bought it after he did all the damage, so interesting interaction right there. But Jarvan's helping played that a little sloppy, I think. Definitely could have been quicker. A really nice play from N- though. Back on his comfortable Cassiopeia. I mean, the Vladimir was very comfortable as well, and Catperson very, very aggressive in this early game. This is great for him. Play around mid lane, play around bot lane. Those immobile carries, very, very easy to be caught out by the likes of Rek'Sai, and he's doing that job right now. If he wants to be really nice, he can give this blue buff over to N-. Seeing as he doesn't really need it himself, we've seen a lot of that. And yeah, N- is making his way over, so great for him in this lane. Holy KRP. He's going to be hurting for a while because now all of a sudden pushing up is so dangerous for him. No flash on that Aurelion Soul. He's taking Cleanse as a second summoner. That's not going to do much against N- and Cat Person in a straight-up gank. Playgrounds is going on Diana, kind of baiting him in. Knock, stun is going to land, and Playgrounds, he has to flash away. One more auto could take him down. Diana, minion damage. Is it enough? It isn't. The Corrupting Potion ticking, keeping him alive. Playgrounds maybe just a little too impatient on the flash. One more auto attack was all he really needed. But, you know, in the long run, trading 1-for-1 isn't even worth it for him because Aurelia is going to do a lot more with kills than he is. So if he can just kind of hold his own in this lane, it's already going a lot better for him when he has this counter pick available. He's going to be happy with himself. In the mid-late game, when he's just using his ulti, he's the utility bot. He doesn't need gold. He doesn't need damage. He's just there to set his team up for success. Set N- specifically up for success. Because that guy's been an absolute monster this series, especially in Game 3, even though Precessions were on the losing side of that game. Bauer and Henry really aggressive down here in this bottom lane, and you know, CS lead for Henry, but at the same time, it's like even if you consider Full Metal CS. Monic and Full Metal just gonna try and trade some damage back with him. Bard just so powerful in the 2v2. With the range, with the stun, with the sustain. Doing it well down there. Diana was level 6, I think could have actually all into Playgrounds, but Cat Person was waiting in the wings. Now Ghost is burnt by N-, and gonna pop, the Petrifying Gaze gonna pop the level 7 champion Mastery, even though that wasn't exactly what we expected seeing it out of a level 7 Mastery champion. Flash away from Diana, but still gets knocked up. Can he turn it around? He will do it! Gonna get taken down at the same time, but this is what I was talking about. Trading 1-for-1 is not worth it. Repeat, not worth it. Rek'Sai and Malphite, they don't care about getting kills. They don't need kills. They want to be utility bots for their team. Diana, he wants kills. He wants damage. If he trades 1-for-1, he's fine with it. He's up 24 CS. Has a kill to his name, and you can just see how even though Playgrounds did get the counter matchup, he can still lose that out as Diana, most likely maxing W. I'm going to go ahead and check and see if that is, yeah, maxing the Heat 10 style, doing quite a bit of true damage on those autos when that is activated. Not sure if Playgrounds realized that when he locked it in, but he definitely has to deal with it now. Precessions still ahead in gold. This Aurelia, we saw just how incredibly powerful it was in Game 1. And granted, it's not 3-0 at this point, like it was way back then, about 4 hours ago. But it's definitely doing work, and full level up over Playgrounds. Just doing damage. And Playgrounds, you can't really trade with them. The pink ward bait, I guess, from Diana, I'm pretty sure that was a misclick. Meant to use a corrupting potion charge. But Cat Person has the Void Rush. You see the pings coming down. Diana has not cleared away that tunnel. They get ulti in behind, and they know he doesn't have flash. And Playgrounds just hit level 60. He has the unstoppable force. I'm not sure why Cat Person is going so hard for this bottom lane, especially when all the summoners are available. Cat Person lands the stun onto Full Metal Echo. He's able to just flash on out of there. Cat Person can't do anything, and now Diana, if you look at your minimap, is just clearing away that tunnel. Hugely missed opportunity there for the gank. Wasting so much time down here. I mean, he got a summoner, but they lost two. And Demonic Pro, you remember from Game 1 just how powerful those Super Mega Death Rockets were. Wow, that in itself did so much damage. I'm just trying to force away Precessions from this bottom lane now. They don't know that Jarvan's helping. He's waiting in the wings here, potentially looking for a dive. They know Lane Bauer has no summoners, no Tempered Fate. He is a very vulnerable Bard, and Void Rush into the top side of the map, so Team Exile are kind of free to go for this. Not really looking at the right spot on the map. Now we are just able to do so much damage. Darwin's helping. He has the explosive cask. The Demonic Pro and crew just looking to put down some damage on the tower, and that's kind of been the name of the game for them. Gonna switch over to the mid lane. KRP could be in a little bit of trouble. Gets on out safely. I thought we were going to switch over to middle lane, but apparently farming minions and bot is way more exciting to the directed camera. I know, it's very thrilling. But just you watch this trade in the Fervor of Battle. Look at the damage Playgrounds is taking there. Diana knows that there's always the threat of a knockup coming out of that, and KRP knows that as well. Lands the stun on Catburst and Voice of Light. Not enough. Lane Power gets the heal, but he's not going to be able to get out. A nice magical journey gonna, take Demonic Pro on a magical kill. Gonna be able to get that one out. Magical kill doesn't really flow off the tip of the tongue, but I said it anyways. That's right, I did it. And Minus doing it in the mid lane too, getting some good damage down there. And that first Mountain Drake at the same time will fall. Potentially rotate into the middle lane. There's a lot of wards, pink wards, to try and protect this Cassiopeia. Infernal Drake, that's brutal to lose if you're Precessions. Very nice for this Aurelia, for the Aurelian Soul, for pretty much everyone, even Karma. Just me. Oh my god, Demonic Pro! Are you kidding me? Full Metal Echo probably even uses Inspire to grab an assist on that. This has been extremely impressive play out of the Exile AD carry. Very good stuff coming out of him. Picks up his second kill of the game. Not too much of a lead as far as CS goes, but 2 kills under his belt is definitely a good step, right step for him if he wants to close out this series in 4 games. Lane Bauer going on a magical warding mission. It looks like he actually got spotted out and his ward is going to drop, and Holy KRP uses that journey. He's coming in onto Lane Bauer. Full Metal Echo's following him underneath the tower. He gets stunned out. Full Metal, what are you doing, buddy? The turret going to take him down. Lane Bauer gets the kill. I've got to assume that was a misclick there from Full Metal, because that was kind of embarrassing play, honestly, to follow that magical journey underneath the tower when you don't have the vision. You know that Henry Rocks is going to be back there soon. Now Diana getting some good burst down on the playgrounds, doing some damage, but doesn't quite have enough to make it there. Actually, mid lane tower dropping first. KRP going to get knocked up. Flash forward, and Minus trying to send up KRP, but it's not enough. Tower trade overall, but mid lane turret is definitely more worth than bot lane, especially when it is also that first tower of the game. And Demonic, you're up way too far from home here. Has the flash though, maybe just try and turn this, but Exhaust is very, very strong on him. Doing so much to Lane Bauer. Can he get one more? He picks it up, and a TP in from Diana could be enough. Henry Rock's gonna need to flash out if he wants to live, but Diana gonna shut him down, stop him right in his tracks. 2 kills to Team Exile. Demonic Pro with the plays, and Diana honestly there with really nice play. Map awareness. Holy KRP finding playgrounds out here. Lands the stun, but it's going to be a 3v3 real fast. Playground's going to get taken down. KRP pops him before anything gets done. Explosive cast. That long lob of an ability. Going to knock Catperson just slightly towards his team. Not enough to really do much. And Minus still looking for it, even though the slows and the abilities are landing. That's a Mantra Shield. Donatelli flashing away from the 2-shot barrage. And Minus has nowhere to flash. Double kill KRP. Team Exile taking command of this game right now. Precessions look desperate. They're down a game in the series. They're down kills. They're down members, but they feel like they can outplay Henry Rocks and Lane Bauer. They said, we have a 2 versus 1. We can kill Demonic, but Demonic turns it around. So even without a teleport in from Diana, it's a 1-for-1 trade. It comes in, Henry Rocks gets deleted, so it's a 2-for-1. Then and Minus just tries to get that extra twin thing onto KRP. Not enough to get a kill. Everything goes haywire for them. And now the game, 1,500 gold, but a lot of kills going into a lot of the right people's pockets on Team Exile. That mid lane tower is going to open up this map for them to kind of have their way with the Precessions jungle. I think Team Exile right here is actually missing an opportunity for a pretty nice rotation because Henry Rocks is sort of freezing the bot lane way back over towards his tower. I feel like instead of going for this red buff Demonic and Full Metal Echo could have just rotated simply up into the top lane, gone for their 3rd and final outer tower. Could have put a lot of pressure on Precessions. Pressure on Precessions. That's a tongue twister. Say that 3 times fast, and then talk to me about mixing up my words. But here we go. We're likely going to see it. Looks like he's just hanging around the middle lane. as support coming around. They are unaware here. Demonic Pro, who's going to get knocked up, has no summoners available, so he may just get deleted here. Going to drop to Cat Person. The challenging smite enough to take him down. Now KRP caught out of position. Explosive cast is going to delay the inevitable. The Jarvan's helping Full Metal Echo are on the wrong side of the map. Even they're forgetting that they switched over to blue side this game. Full Metal, no flash, no way out. Gets taken down by Henry Rocks, and Jarvan's helping. Same can be said for him. 4 kills, Precessions. Only 15 minutes in, so no Baron necessarily. But this could be a Rift Herald or a top tower, depending on what they decide. Looks like they want the top tower. Rift Herald on a Malphite, you know, not really the end of the world. And besides, this whole series has been Exile prioritizing that Rift. So if Precessions were to go for it, it would just be to deny it from Exile. And to maybe let Playgrounds have a better chance in the 1 versus 1, but he's going to lose it anyways. He's just playing purely for the team fights right now. Gold lead now in favor of Precessions, even though everything's pretty much even. Kills even, towers even. The one Infernal Drake was in favor of Team Exile. And we'll get a Mountain Drake this game, so some exciting dragons. Gonna try and expedite the process of this game. Give the teams more damage, let them take down Barons quicker. I just like Mountains because the Baron, like, Baron baits are okay, but it just makes it so much more threatening. Teams are forced to fight around it or just simply give it. And giving it makes games faster. Forcing fights around Baron makes games faster. So I think while Mountain, it doesn't give you combat stats, it does a lot of things for both teams to try and speed up the game, no matter who actually gets it. It puts pressure on teams, is what I'm trying to say. But Exile, we're going to be able to get this one easy. Blue Trinket, not gonna do really anything, just let them know that it is in fact going down. That they have no chance of getting there in time to stop it. I've ran out of tea. Can someone please help me with some tea? Not exactly English, but I just butchered an English accent, so we're just gonna forget that one. That never happened. We're Merkin, you know, from the West Coast, brah. But here we're on the Summoner's Rift, the Summoner's Coast, the river. I don't even know. I'm trying too hard. That's what I'm trying to have small talk with myself, and it just doesn't work during a solo cast. You guys just want to hear about all the sick action going on in the game, but there's not too much happening at the moment, honestly. But actually, this is actually I just said actually 3 times, but look at the CS top lane. It's huge. I expected that out of Diana. Even though Playgrounds kind of picked the Malphite into him, he's just going for a comfort pick. Now Diana gets the tower. It's a tower trade, but look at the middle lane. 60 CS in favor of N-, where the scorelines are fairly similar. I mean, KRP is trying to make these map plays with that Comet of Legend, whereas N-, the ganks come to him. He just turns it around on them and does the damage he needs. Cassiopeia, fun champion, doing a ton up there. Now Diana is pushing up top lane, gets that tower below half health. There's no teleport on N-. There is on Diana. They can look for a fight here. Playground's gonna get knocked back into the team, rooted up underneath those rockets. He's gonna get canceled out. The unstoppable force is now stoppable. Cat Person is gonna try and get himself out to safety, but he has no flash. He is stoppable as well. Diana grabs that kill. 5 versus 4. 14 Exile. They pick up 2 for 9. They can't get too much off the back of that play. Obviously, both teams have raised all of the outer towers, so 19 minutes in, you can't really go for those inners. It's a little ambitious. The pings are going down to defend that, at least, and KRP is farming out middle lane, so it could potentially be a good fight for Precessions if they get a TP in from Playgrounds, Void Rush in from Cat Person. That's what they're looking for. Their ping's going down. Diana is low. N- does so much damage on this Cassio. Flash forward, they turn it around. N- he gets deleted 1-for-1 right off the bat. And now they're still going Comet Legend in. KRP isn't there. Demonic Crow now caught way out of position. Gonna go down to Henry Rocks. Or is he? He will. 2 kills for Precessions. I thought KRP was on his way, but he was on his way to the fountain. And they're still coming in here. Well, do they know the Aurelian Soul is on the way and the Cosmic binding does not connect. They're still going for it though. It looks like Exile want to turn it around, but they don't have too much damage. Blast body slam! Henry Rocks, he gets out! He gets out with the arcane shift! KRP not connecting with the ulti onto that one. Looks like neither team gonna be able to get too much more after that. Low mana bars for pretty much everyone, low HP bars. Henry Rocks getting out with a sliver right there. I thought he was gone for sure. Nice. Quick fingers there to get himself out to safety. A little bit of an overstay from Exile without the support of their mid laner. And you gotta know, the timers, the death timers, the teleport timer of Playgrounds, you gotta know that the Void Rush is available for that Rek'Sai. Just getting way too anxious there to try and siege down an inner tower before 20 minutes have even passed on the clock. Oh, Lane Bauer. It's the support duel right now, but KRP, he's trolling a little bit on this fight. They're going over the wall. They're looking for Lane Bauer, but they get locked up by the Tempered Fates. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get a flank in from Diana, so Lane Bauer gets out to safety. We got a little bit too excited over nothing. No real cooldowns burnt other than that ulti coming out of lane. Minute and a half on that dragon, but there's no time left on this gank. Cat person coming on in here. You have the red smite, the challenging smite, who's doing damage to this Aurelia. It's not really buying time for Team Exile to do anything other than get in here for this fight. Diana's doing a lot. He's trying to take down Lane Bauer. They're going to catch him out at the start, but Diana is taking solo, taken down. Now Playgrounds gets a huge 3-man knockup in the back lines of Full Metal Echo and Demonic. They're trying to kite this up. They're getting knocked up there. They're getting chased down. Demonic Pro, double kill over to Henry Rocks. They're still going forward. Full Metal Echo, he's trying to get out, but N-, he does too much damage. 4 members down, and only this celestial being on the map from KRP. We simmered down there after that fight a bit, and I don't know, I feel like Precessions maybe would have been able to take on that Baron buff. They didn't lose anyone actually, but now the death timers just too slow, or too small. Exile coming back onto the map way too soon. Fight not going to really mean much other than some gold going into Precessions' pockets before this dragon fight in 20 seconds. Just an Ocean Drake, but as we said, teams love to fight over the objectives. Any reason to fight Cat Person, he's going to live. No blades there, no Transcendent Blades from Diana. Just barely on cooldown there. Couldn't use them, but that could open up a timing for this dragon or potentially for this Baron. Remember, Cat Person used the Void Rush to get himself out to safety. That's going to mean he doesn't have a quick way back on the map for a couple of minutes. Just some home guard buffs just automatically put in your inventory at 20 minutes. Dragon getting started up. This could be the third pretty much uncontested dragon. Exile to clear out the blue orb, and that's a Tempered Fate used. It looks like we're going to be fighting over this one. No flashes on a lot of members. Blue team has slain the dragon. Now Cat Person, he's way too far from home. He's going to get stunned up, blocked up, shredded down. Jarvan's helping, picks up the kill. And has the flash out, though. KRP gets caught out, but he has the cleanse to get out to safety. N-, though, he's up in the front by himself. He gets rooted up. He gets the kill, though. Demonic Pro, where are you? You're going to get locked down, destroyed. Henry Rocks gets that, and now there's almost no damage left from Team Exile. Precessions are looking to run down Full Metal Echo. Do they have enough, though? Auto attack does it. The ground pound. Playgrounds gonna get that kill. 3 for 1. And they're sieging down this bot in, or they're gonna get it, but they've lost the dragon. Really nice fight from them, honestly. It didn't even matter if N-'s ult did nothing because he can just chase people down, and after the engagement was blown onto Cat Person, onto the Rek'Sai, there's no further engage for Team Exile. I've had issues with their compositions. Honestly, this entire series where they don't have enough hard engage. They've got the Gragas this game. That's pretty much it. And obviously, yes, that can work, but when you're picking off a Rek'Sai, and there's threats on the enemy team like the Cassiopeia, like the Ezreal, you can't be wasting your big engagements. You can't be blowing those tools onto a tanky Rek'Sai that takes forever to take down. Then N- can simply run your team down off the map into the gray screen, into the Twilight Zone, the Sepia Zone. I guess it's not Sepia. Pauses are Sepia. Yeah, dying is black and white, or gray tone, grayscale. You can call it grayscale, I guess. That's a debate for another time. Right now, the debate is who can win this match. Whether or not we'll be seeing a Game 5. Right now, it looks like we're going to be getting into a Game 5. We're only 26 or so minutes into this, and the gold isn't that big of a gap. And Bauer gonna get caught out here, but you know, he has the magical journey. There's no one really from Exile around. Gotta wait and see. Still looking for some core items to come through from everyone. Actually, Henry Rocks, when he gets this lead, he loves to go for the armor pen build, the huge Ezreal damage build, where you go Trinity Force, Muramana into the Yomu's Ghostblade. You get the flat armor pen that usually only see on Jhin or Lucian, maybe even a Misfortune, but he loves to do it. We've seen it on him before, and because he has 6 kills, 6 deaths, or 6 assists rather, 1 death. He can get away with it. He can do as much damage as humanly possible, and the active gonna help him kite out Diana just a little bit more. That person once again changing up the build. We've seen him go with Sightstone and with the Titanic Hydra. He's back to the Sightstone again this game. Just playing defensive, getting the wards up. And for a team that we've praised in having a ton of vision control this series, Team Exile, they've got nothing, and Precessions are destroying them in that category. Look at that top side of the map around Baron. Exile have the one ward on Baron. You have Pink's wards surrounding it from every single side if you're Precessions. And Precessions take down Barons pretty darn fast with the Cassiopeia, with the Ezreal. Obviously, they do not have Mountain Drakes to their name. That's the job of Exile. As for Little Echo, should be safe and sound. Exile have the Infernal, the Mountain, as well as an Ocean to their name. And we're 2 minutes off of yet another Infernal, so I'm excited to see. That will definitely be a fight worth watching, and Dragon to worth fighting over. And oh, it actually looks like Diana went for the Titanic Hydra, so a little bit more Bruiser-esque build on the Aurelia. Better split push, some wave clear there. Not sure how big a fan I am of it. We're gonna have to see how we can work it. Definitely going for a big split push build. No real resist built up on him. Has the Hex Drinker. And KRP, his passage gonna get stopped up. Now he's gonna get Tempered Faded. Flashes away, but gets knocked up. Slams down into the ground. Playgrounds picks up a kill at the same time. They could be losing this top lane tower. It was already taken low, and Diana has no one to really contest him. There is a teleport coming in. I'd love to see that tower. I think he may be able to get that before it happens. Playgrounds, he gets in there. There's no Transcendent Blades. Diana in the straight up 1 versus 2, soon to be 1v3, 1v4. Don't think he's going to be able to get too much of it. Can he? No, he can't. Get stunned up against Wall Cat Person. Gonna pick up the kill, and there's 2 members down now from Exile. Baron is on the table. Do Precessions go for this? Looks like they do, ladies and gentlemen. As Cassiopeia and Minus and Henry Rocks, they've all showed up here. They're shredding this one down, no problem. But Jarvan's helping. There's always the potential Baron steal. We've seen it before. His fights have not been on point, but can they work out this game? He's getting it low enough. Red team is playing with the early smites. He's gonna get shredded down. Poor cobbling there, just early smites. Went in a little early. Lane Bauer going in a little early there. He is gonna get out with the skin of his teeth. Demonic Crow not gonna say the same as him and his support. Full Metal Echo have been sent back to the base. There's now 3 members down from Exile. Sessions are all Baron's off. This is a teleport in from Diana that gets canceled wisely. But looks like Precessions a little too low to go for the push, and besides, they'd rather get the scaling, they'd rather get that plus 8% AD and AP that they can find in the Infernal Dragon, their first drink of the game, and probably the best drink to have to pick up at the 30-minute mark, as you already have quite a bit of those stats built up already. Old now pretty sizably in the lead for Precessions, and they do have the Baron buff for another couple of minutes, so we're gonna see them try and push in these waves. Diana, the split push hasn't been working out all that well. Yes, you're up about 100 CS over Playgrounds. At the same time, what have you been able to accomplish in the last 10-15 minutes? You got a top inner tower and died for it. That was pretty much it. At the same time, the rest of your team died for it, so not really sure how well it's working out for him. Obviously, the Malphite was picked into the Aurelia, but I don't think the matchup is the problem. I think it's just Exile as a whole kind of getting caught out and losing a couple of big fights in a row. Demonic Pro and KRP, their positioning in fights has to be better. If they're getting dropped, if they're in the front line, you know, they lose a lot of damage for their team. Diana, it's really hard to dive into the back line. You know, very squishy champion, just now starting to get some big defensive items. Other than that Titanic Hydra, now he's just going to get slowed down till the end of the earth. A nice Star Surge going to stun up to keep him safe, but Tempered Fate comes through, not going to connect. Not really sure why Jarvan's Helping hasn't swapped out on his red trinket just yet. He's level 13. Could have upgraded that one quite a while ago. Oh, there's a flash over on the side. Playgrounds missed that one. Demonic Crow gets a kill. Now they're up in a 5 versus 4. The explosive cast just too slow. Maybe not as comfortable playing the champion, but Playgrounds completely face planted the flash into the wall if you're checking out the bottom right corner of your screen. And that meant that Lane Bowers is a little bit too far forward. Did not have the assistance of the Malphite. And they've got 30 seconds, Team Exile does, to see what they can accomplish. Probably not going to be all that much. Precessions. What to do? How do you close this game out? They've got to ask themselves. And, you know, now that they've kind of wasted the Baron buff with that botched engage, it's going to be difficult for them. They do need to play around these side lanes. I think going for these picks onto Diana whenever she tries to split push is definitely a good strategy, a good plan, because when you get the pick, you have the man advantage wherever you go. You obviously are going to be in a much better spot yourselves. They also, they do have the hard engagement, so if they catch anyone off guard, if they catch Team Exile a little bit out of position, they have the Malphite, they have the Cassiopeia, Tempered Fate. They've got all these great setup tools to try and find team fights. It's just about finding Exile, you know, mispositions. So getting the deep vision in the enemy jungle. That's what they're sort of doing right now, but they're splitting their vision focus between bot and top. You have to all in on one of those. And yes, the vision is okay between the two, but you just arrest complete control over the top side, and you're going to push top side, fantastic. You want to push bot, get the control around bottom lane. And that's where you're really going to find success. Now they're coming in without the Baron buff, and all of a sudden these Star Surges are a lot more risky. It's a lot riskier to go in with the threat of a big stun coming out of KRP. Obviously, Jarvan's Helping with the Gragas can layer that very, very nicely. But I've said it once and I'll say it again. It's up to KRP and Demonic Pro. They have to carry these fights, other than a miracle engagement by Jarvan's Helping, who, without the flash, can't really look for all that much. Elder Dragon is spawning fairly soon, so that's on the table, on the board for these two teams, but Baron buff definitely going to be the stronger of the two objectives, and that one is coming up in the next couple minutes as well. So here we go, Tempered Fate lands, but not really going to catch out much more than one person. Cat person, you're caught out now. Voice of Light, not enough to catch if they do get the tower. Nice explosive cast, gonna knock Wayne Power back. He has to flash away. Now Playgrounds has to use the ulti defensively to get himself out. Lane Tower gonna get locked up by the Star Surge. Can he make it out? KRP picks up one. Demonic Crow gets excited. That's another kill on the side. Exile are turning this fight, turning this game around. Stun lands and minus shut down by Diana. Can they get more? They need to find a big push off the back of this fight. KRP, he's cut out. The stun is early, but the Mystic Shot has not landed just yet. Flash forward. Henry Rock's gonna pick up that. And this whole thing is gonna delay the push. Demonic Pro without Full Metal Echo would have surely been turned on, but he had his trusty support waiting in the wings, picks up the kill. 4 for 1, 5 for 1 overall, I believe, in the favor of Exile. But all they're gonna get is this tower. They're gonna need to find another big team fight like that around the Baron, around the Elder Dragon, if they want a chance in this game. Gold very, very close. They're not done just yet. They dodged out the Tempered Fate, and Tempered Fate didn't catch their tower, so they couldn't stall that one out. There's still death timers, 20 seconds on Henry Rocks. They're going to get this middle inhibitor. Risky call from Exile, but it pays off in the end. And I mean, the only real response Precessions have off of that very extended, very risky push from Exile is to rush down this Elder Dragon or this Baron buff, and they're delaying the recalls. But honestly, Team Exile, they are so healthy right now, and chalk that up to lifesteal or whatnot, but they also have an Ocean Drake ticking, so you can definitely count that one in. Here we go, Diana recalling for a TP flank. This Baron is getting low. It's down to about 4,000 HP. Jarvan's helping. He's trying to get in here. Fortified red team is slated. That's that minus picking that one up. Jarvan's helping. He gets locked up. Diana too at the same time, and they're not touching the backline. And minus is popping off in the back, but Cap person, he's gonna flash out. Diana gonna drop as well. Horrendous fight from Exile. They didn't get the recall, and the inhibitor is gonna end up biting them. Precessions go for the Baron Rush, a great play off of them, and now they can frankly go for this Elder Dragon. If they layer up these two huge buffs, they can definitely go for a game-defining push. They win another team fight with these buffs available, they can end this game. And KRP's on the wrong side of the map. Jarvan's helping. He may not be able to get there in time. He will not be able to. This Elder Dragon uncontested goes to the hands of Precessions. Now Jarvan's helping. No, you're too far from home. That's the flash. That's the engaged burnt. And he's going to be caught out of position. So it doesn't even matter in the end. Henry Rocks, 9, 2, and 10. Channeling the Marksman Angel. He knows he is getting the kills, getting the carry performance in. Him and Ed Minus doing so much for his team. Looking for more here. Playground's recalls to save his base, but he has the TP. He can always teleport in on a ward, and he will to keep this push alive. It's a 5 versus 4 at the moment. That tower has gone down, but at the same time, the base is taking pain. Precessions, they may just look for the end right here. It's 5 versus 4. That's a huge bit in the top lane. If this doesn't pan out, they lose an inhibitor tower. What's it gonna be? They have the Baron, they have the Elder Dragon, and Exile have to stop this right now, but Playground, he's way too beefy to be taken down. He goes in, he's rock solid, knocks up Demonic Crow and KRB. They pick up 2, they pick up 3, and they're gonna pick up game 4. They're gonna lock this series up, scrape some silver, and send us to a game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know what to say. Precessions, great performance in that game 4. They want to make my life exciting. They sure as heck want to make your lives exciting, because we are going to a game 5. Hold your seats. Don't go anywhere. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. We are not going home until we know who the victor of the Imperial Amateur League is, and we're going to find that out when we come back for game number 5.
can't feel. I'm not gonna fall for gravity. 'Cause the world will doubt, try to bring you down, but your love is real. I can't see a reason to try to fight for meaning, but you give me reason to know I still have meaning. I'm not gonna fall for gravity. 'Cause you lift me up when I can't feel. I'm not gonna fall for gravity. Hearing all the wasted breath, struggle with every step, and I cannot get away. But you were such a paradise, standing up a mile high. Oh, you fall to give me strength. In the stories that we sing, someone's waiting to be told. Act encompasses the play. Watch the scenes we live unfold. It's in the stories that we sing, that someone's waiting to be told. And act encompasses the play. We watch the scenes we live unfold.
Game number 5. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We made it. This is the Imperial Amateur League. Brought to you by Paleo Gaming. As always, I'm Enderell. I'm introducing myself again because it's been so long. I feel like everyone's left and we just like recycled viewers. Everybody's new here. I don't know. Some of you guys might be sticking around waiting this one out. I know I have. I know I'm excited to see who takes the cake on this one. Once again, it's going to be Team Exile on the blue side. Precessions opting in for the red side once again. They won with it in game number 4. Now they're looking to repeat that here in game number 3. New bans for Team Exile mean Cassiopeia's off the table, and they're going to pick up the first pick, Vladimir. This is what I thought they were going to do in game number 4. They didn't, and here they are jumping right out to it to start things off. That will, of course, mean that because they banned Vladimir last game in lieu of Cassiopeia. They didn't first pick Cassiopeia. They first picked Karma, so we'll probably see a Karma pickup in this first rotation from Precessions. Karma Rek'Sai speaks to me right now, but they may favor the Ezreal as well, because we do know that Henry, he really wants to be on that Ezreal, and if they let it fall through to a second rotation, we know that Team Exile has no issue with picking that one up for themselves, but as I said originally, I should just keep my mouth shut after I make a point, because it is the Karma Rek'Sai. Now, Ezreal, no big surprise, coming through for Demonic as an AD carry. And then it's really up to what they want to pick next. Most likely a jungler. They could also go for a support if they want to hold on to that one for a little bit. There's also the possibility that Diana plays Vladimir in the top lane. It's out there, but it is definitely an option for them, depending on if they want to hold on to this top pick, maybe keep Precessions guessing a little bit, but I have to assume that's going to KRP in the mid lane. Arguably the strongest player on Exile, especially from a solo queue perspective. Highest rank in here at Master Tier. If we look at kind of some of his trends, see what he likes to play. Then we expect to see maybe like a Zillion or a Victor Lulu. I mean, something like that. He plays a lot of champions, a lot of less standard champions. Like you see every single game, Precessions has banned the Yasuo away from him. But Full Metal Echo loves him some Morgana. They're going back to basics on this one. They picked it all throughout the series. They picked it game 1. They picked it. Right, did they only pick it game 1, game 2? I have it written down here somewhere. Let me get my notes out. It does look, yeah, they picked it in game 1 and game 2. Since then, haven't really gone back to it, but they're going through the basics. Gonna put Full Metal Echo on that Morgana. So Morgana Ezreal, the duo lane, doesn't scream very strong lane to me. Karma, I believe, is gonna do well into the Morgana, but obviously the Black Shield gonna be able to stop any sort of tether from Karma, gonna be able to stop the knockups from Rek'Sai. So that's more what Exile's looking for in that support, is kind of shut down the options to gank. And and minus, with his 2 champions that he's played all series taken out of the picture, he picks up the Victor. And Henry Rocks is going to Tristana. I have never seen him on this champion. This is a huge surprise to me. I would have definitely expected the Caitlyn to come out of him, because that's really his most play. He hardly plays any Tristana whatsoever, so I don't know, maybe he knows something I don't. He's obviously going to win in the all-in versus Demonic Pro's Ezreal. Are we going to see the Vi here? I could definitely see it being a real possibility. Just help them out engage a little bit. Whether or not that Vel'Koz actually gets locked in, we have to wait and see, because that would mean that Diana would be the one playing the Vladimir up in the top lane, but blind picking Vladimir doesn't sound like the best idea. Blind picking Gnar seems a lot better. But I have to assume Precessions are going to lock in the Aurelia here. That's been the counter pick in this series up against the Gnar. Yeah, you also have Echo on the table. You could go for that, but we've seen Gnars do very well into that. Gnars do well into the Gangplanks of the world. So, Playground's going to be under a lot of pressure. We haven't seen Gnar since game 1. It hasn't been touched at all. But Poppy going to have a rough matchup. But also a lot of nice gank setup, can stuff any hop that Diana would try to pull with the Gnar there. I really don't know what Playgrounds is going to go for. He has a very small champion pool, and you know, Gnar, Shen, his two favorites. After that, it's Malphite, but Malphite I feel like is going to get bullied out by the Aurelia. After that, you know, he doesn't play all that much besides those three main pickups. But if he continues this hover, we may be seeing the Poppy in the top lane. Yet another Yordle in this game. So Yordle versus Yordle up in the top. I feel like Catperson has to help out Playgrounds this game, because unlike last game, Playgrounds actually kind of needs some gold. Yes, you can be a nice initiation bot, but if you ever want to be able to hold this, hold your own against the Gnar, Gnar just creates so much pressure, so much in that 1v1, especially with the Black Cleaver, Frozen Mallet rushes, that things can get really rough. At the same time, Jarvan's helping. Vi has seen some buffs. We're going to see they can initiate some fights here, lock them down, because there's not a lot to stop him from getting in there. Obviously, the W from Poppy not going to be able to stop the Assault and Battery. And he can also lock down Henry mid-rocket jump. This is going to be an exciting one. I hope you guys are thrilled. I hope you guys, you know, are scratching some silver. You know, I haven't overused that one at all, have I? But we are in here for a very different looking Game 5. Very different picks, very different bans, drafts. Bans are pretty much the similar, but the picks, definitely some surprises coming out. Pulling out all the stops, looking like they want to put their best foot forward for this Game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Here we go. Game 5, jumping in. Team Exile versus Precessions. Who's going to take it home?
Let me in and let me go. Honestly, try honesty. No, just tell me what I want to hear, 'cause it could save us. Let me fly, I've got my hopes, but I can hardly see why I'm still chasing. It's not worth it for me anymore. Been burned 100 times, I'm lost. I just can't let this go. Every last chance I had is gone, but I just can't let you know. I just can't let you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Imperial Amateur League Grand Finals Game 5 starts right now. We are on to the rip. Team Exile on the blue side, Precessions on the red side. Oh boy, it's been a couple games since we've seen the early invades. The Precessions sticking with the strategy they started out with in game number 4. They're all grouped up, and they know that Team Exile are on their way, slinking their way through the jungle. We're about to see an absolutely explosive level 1 fight. 5 versus 5 in the jungle. Unless Team Exile, they're backing out, they ping where Precessions are. Maybe some smart mid-series update by their coach told them that they did like to do this in the last couple of games, or in the last game specifically. So Team Exile playing it safe, not going into the brush, but that's definitely safe by them, definitely a good call. Whether or not they're safe down in this tri-brush, that's a whole different story entirely. Pings do come out by Precessions, and they are hugging the wall. But this Gromp is spawning. They're gonna go over to the start leashing it up, but Lane Bowers checks with the mantra Q, not gonna spawn it out. Successful invade from Jarvan and the rest of Team Exile. But the price to pay is that Demonic Crow and Full Metal Echo, they're going to be very late to get down there into the bottom lane. You can already see they missed quite a few minions. They actually missed no minions worth of experience. Demonic Crow made his way down there just in time. Pretty lucky on that end. Demonic Crow gonna take a little bit of damage on the way out. Jarvan's helping. Gonna pick up the blue buff. Not gonna really slow down Cat Person or hurt him in any way, as you know, blue buffs don't really matter all that much to a Rex side. What we have seen Cat Person doing is warding up or giving away his blue buff to N- around the 5 to 6 minute mark. Early on, usually on N- is Cassiopeia, but this time we are seeing the Victor. And Cat Person just gonna go ahead and try and steal away the blue buff from Jarvan's helping. So a trade once all is said and done. Not going to really mean too much for either team. Just some awkward and slowed down pathing for the two junglers. So maybe their ganks come a little bit later than expected, but these guys have been farming for the most part in the early game. Not really going for too much early aggression. But Diana always is, isn't she? Or isn't he? I'm thinking of Diana the champion, not Diana the player. It's a he. It's a boy, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't you excited? Now, Cat Person is coming up from the top lane. Gonna think twice about a gank as Diana spots him out on the ward, hops on out to safety. I am definitely waiting for the first move to be made. Jarvan's helping on the Vi. Vi is a champion that notoriously gets a lot of flack for being similar to a Warwick, I guess you would say, where you farm up to level 6 and then you ulti and lock people down, but there's so much more than that. The Vault Breaker, her Q, the charge up, is so strong of an early ganking tool. Not to mention the buff it got recently, where the knockback duration changed from 0.5 seconds to 0.7 seconds, as well as cooldown lowering on that ability. So it's a little bit stronger in the early game, a little bit better shields, and some quality of life on the E. Not gonna make too much of an impact, but Vi has been slowly but surely kind of seeing a resurgence in at least solo queue, and we have seen her played a couple of times in the IAL. And we're gonna see her to round out the season of the IAL. I'm super stoked. But it does look like more of a hard farm, hard clear to level 6 coming out of that Vi, at least for us today. But Cat Person waiting over here in the river brush, and Demonic Crow and Full Metal, they are pushing up right now. They have another wave coming in, so Precessions duo, they could get a freeze, but Demonic, he gets the perfect timing, probably sitting right on 750. He's at about 900, so he can get a tier, maybe get a refillable pot as well, or pink ward, something along those lines. Looks like it's going to be the pink and a couple of pots, but Playground's trying to win out in these trades, but Diana gets the hop, gets the hyper proc, and this is so brutal. Look at the Gnar matchup into the Poppy. Yes, Poppy can win out trades initially, but if she goes too far forward, Gnar can just run you down for the end of time, and he doesn't even have the Frozen Mallet, and he doesn't have a Black Cleaver just yet. Playgrounds has really got to watch himself as this moves on. This will round out the whole Imperial season, this game, because if you guys did not know, the Imperial Pro League concluded last Tuesday, or just this week, earlier Tuesday. Zenith Esports was reverse swept there. Ended up losing out on that game. Started off looking very strong, 2-0, but just wasn't meant to be, as in the end, you know, it was Flashpoint that were able to come back in it, win 3 games in a row, and it was especially rough for them because Game 3 was totally Zenith's game to win, totally theirs to take home the cake on, to win 3-0, and after losing that, they just looked totally unnerved, ended up losing 3 games in a row to lose that series. Diana getting a lot of damage on the playgrounds. He may want to dive this one. Flash Auto could do it with the Hyper, but he has had some rough experience with tower dives in the past. Now he may have a rough experience with Cat Person as he needs to hop on out to safety, but he's going to get flash knocked up. He has to flash away. First blood Cat Person assist to Playgrounds. That's not what you want to happen in a ridiculously winning lane like Diana was having up there. Now the lane's going to be awkwardly frozen up against Playground's turrets. Punishment is a Cloud Drake going over to Team Exile. Next one to spawn in 6 minutes, and that's going to be a Mountain Drake. Something that we've seen been pretty impactful as far as Baron sneaks, Baron rushes go. Specifically Precessions going for some very early Barons. In the fog of war, Team Exile just not really expecting it. It looks like there's a slight difference in build path too, out of the Vladimir from KRP compared to N-minuses a couple games ago. Whereas here he's going for the early Spectre Scout. In game 3, I believe N- went for the first item, Protobelt, into a Rylai's, going for a much more AP heavy build. KRP looking to just withstand the burst coming out of N-, knows that he has a lot of damage coming out. Demonic Pro, Jarvan, and Diana are going to be doing damage, but it actually does look like it's going to be a Cinderhulk Vi, which I really don't like. I don't think there's much reason to pick Vi if you're going to go for that nice ultimate there from Playground's going to knock up Diana. Double trouble, but a Mega Gnar going to be good there. They're going to get a kill on the Cat Person, keep Diana alive, but a flash ground pound. Playground's getting the return kill there with that hammer shot. 1-for-1 when all is said and done, but that's definitely going to benefit this Poppy more than anyone because she can stay in the lane, shove this into tower. Diana's going to be forced to pop the teleport to pick up this wave or lose out so much. And there you see the teleport, and Playground's, his style of play this entire series has been to hold on to his TP, to use it around bottom lane, to get his team ahead, to get Henry ahead, to get N- ahead. And it's been a good game plan. Ooh, that Dark Binding just so close to catching Henry Rocks under the tower. That could have been a kill. But now Diana doesn't have the option to respond to a global play from Playgrounds. A lot of items built up. They're Bomby, Cinder, and Chain Vest. So now the trades could actually potentially go in favor of Poppy. Another big change with patch 6.18 last night was that Frozen Mallet did get nerfed. It provides more HP, less physical damage, and it builds out of it doesn't build out of Pickaxe anymore. The Pickaxe got replaced by a Giant's Belt. So Diana's going to be a little more tanky than usual, but at the same time going to lose out a little bit of physical damage, which I think a Gnar would prefer to have the physical damage than the tankiness. Now have to see if he can come back in this lane. He's still ahead in CS. He can still pressure this Poppy underneath her tower, but at the same time, things could get rough now. N- going to get knocked up by the Ball Breaker. Where's the Assault Battery? It's not up just yet, but N- should go down as well. One more auto. It's not enough. Jarvan's helping will go down, and Holy KRP cannot secure the kill onto N-. Precessions now continuing the chase onto KRP, but the transfusion is enough to stop any further aggression from this Rek'Sai. 3-1 the kill lead now for Precessions. Things going well for them in this early game. And I'm just going to continue with the narrative I've been playing this entire series. It's that if Diana is doing well and carrying, so is Exile. If Diana gets shut down early on, which is happening this game, things do not go well for Exile. They lose out on the rest of the map. But Diana still doing a ton of damage right here. Can he land the hammer? It will connect to the 2 versus 2 for now. Actually, with Lane Bauer coming in, it could turn into much more than that. Diana does not have the TP, but he does have the Hyper Proc. It is not enough. Playground 2-0-1 on this Poppy. Something we are not used to seeing. Assault and Battery. Lane Bauer has the flash and the exhaust. Gets out to safety. Now Jarvan's helping. He does not have the flash, but the HP bars are low enough. And Minus says differently though, trying to chase it down. A lot of aggression here. And rotation out from Demonic Pro. Full Metal Echo is the one farming under the tower. And this tower actually could potentially drop here. Lana's so good at bursting it down, but Full Metal Echo is going on to Henry Rocks. Gets a tower shot, drops the exhaust, gets the solo kill almost. The heal pops, Henry Rocks gets a heal, and the reset. Demonic Pro has to flash, but oh my god, Henry Rocks flashes out as well. Where's the action? We want to be watching bot lane. Now Demonic Pro, he can't get the kill. He burnt the flash, and Lane Bauer is looking for the solo here. Ends up backing up, and Full Metal Echo almost had it, but the heal buster shot shut down that Morgana. Gave Henry exactly what he needed. Gave him the HP off of the mastery. That dangerous game, playing a dangerous game. Unbelievable. Now Demonic Pro getting dove under his own tower. He's still alive, and Cat Person may be a little bit too far forward here. Where's the directed camera going? I want to see the real action down in the bottom lane. Jarvan's helping. Probably can't even pick up a kill off the end of that though. And Precessions, they get away with murder, flashing HP bars, 5-1 the kill lead, and now we're fighting in mid lane. Ultimate's traded back and forth, but I think Holy KRP might have this. He gets the big heal, and now he's going for it. Uses the pool that Cat Person has shown up to the party, does not connect with the Tides of Blood. The binding is completely wide. Full Metal Echo not connecting KRP. They need this kill desperately. They need something. Dark Binding is up in 1 second. Can they secure it? They landed onto N-. Kill goes over to Full Metal Echo. But his team is denied the assist they desperately need. They desperately need, and they don't get as much gold as they should have. Full Metal Echo gets full gold on that, gets the kill, no assists. And that's not what they needed. KRP and Demonic Pro now forced to fight over CS in the middle lane, and they're not even going to be able to pressure down this tower, and Earth Dragon is live. And Exile look like they want to go to it, but things are kind of falling apart around the seams for Exile, especially if this dragon gets interrupted, which it may very well be. Bauer and Henry Rocks coming into the pit here. It's a 2 for 3 for now, and now Diana is TPing in, so they should be able to get this dragon. Doesn't look like Precessions will fight, but that teleport got canceled. I don't know about that. Playground's obviously without a teleport to respond. Everything's going to be safe. Playgrounds, for the first time in the series, holding his own against Diana, even without Diana tower diving him. Although when you miss a couple abilities, Gnar can turn things around on you. He's just looking for that wall slam. He can land the stun, then he can land the Keeper's Verdict, get the damage down that he needs to. But Diana's so good at kiting this out, and he's almost there. He almost has the Frozen Mallet. That's what he needs to start really punishing Playgrounds in this lane. And even though Playgrounds has a good lead, the CS is still in favor of Diana. The pressure is still there. He is coming around onto Diana, gonna get slammed up against the wall, gonna get continually stunned up. Diana gonna get punched against the wall too. Everyone's punching each other against the wall. Playgrounds is looking for the solo kill. Flash forward. Oh, flash away Diana. Beautiful play. Frame perfect there from the Team Exile top laner. Excellent play there to respect the flash of Playgrounds, to use yours immediately after the Poppy comes charging at you. Now KRP just trying to trade back some damage in the mid, knows he has the sustain via the transfusion. That blood-sucking Hemo Mage. He's not a vampire, fun fact. He's a Hemo Mage, because someone thought that would sound cool, Hemo. But no Hemo, no Hemo. Holy KRP, just trying to get that extra bit of damage onto N-, but you could already see the 1 versus 1. It was so hard to find a clear winner. It was really up to individual play, how KRP and N- played around the third prop of the transfusion, the blood surge coming out of the Vladimir. But if you just look around the map, it's Game is going well for Precessions, and this has not been the case in many of their other games. Every single lane doing pretty darn well for themselves. For first place team, this is more of what we should have expected rather than seeing Exile win out in most of the early games this series. Cat Person going for the first item, Titanic Hydra, and Jarvan's helping going for the Cinder Hulk. I really disagree with that. I think if you're going to pick the Vi, you want a little bit of early aggression, but he says we need a tank. Nars building into some of these damage items. Maybe goes for a Black Cleaver next for a little bit of aggression, but I would probably have just skipped the Black Cleaver, maybe copied one of the Hecarim builds with an early Triforce or something along those lines. I don't really know. It's just the Cinderhulk rather just doesn't feel all that good as a Vi. Not doing too much damage, not doing much other like the issue with Vi is you jump into a team fight with Assault and Battery. If you're tanky, you're there for a CC block onto one target. If you're not tanky, you try to blow them up, but you get blown up. So Vi, she only really succeeds, she only really does that well in these smaller sort of skirmishes, like a 2 versus 2 or a 3 versus 3, where she can use that ulti to lock up one member so that everyone else can focus it down. ARP getting collapsed on, getting knocked back towards N-, taking a lot of damage and going to get knocked up, but Jarvan's helping is here, uses the Assault and Battery onto N-, who is out of mana, gets the kill, and now it's a straight up 2 versus 2. Holy Carafee gets the rush, gets some damage down. Can he get the heal? He gets burnt out. Playgrounds is on a killing spree. Flash knockup, not going to connect. Jarvan's helping, gets out by the skin of his teeth, and now there's 4 members strong from Precessions in the middle lane. But they do end up losing this bottom tower, or at least going to lose a lot of health on it. Very, very close here. He's getting collapsed on. Precessions Team Exile here in Game 5. Who's going to win? Diana, once again, a little bit of an overstay, has no flash, chucks Cat Person back away from him, but Playgrounds has shown up to the party, has that red buff, is just trying to make it into the wall, slams him in there, and now Jarvan's helping. He needs to get out of here. It's going to get a little scary for him if he stays a bit too long. Losing Diana once again. The mentality from these two teams, I mean, Precessions is coming up strong here in these finals, in this best of 5, in Game 5 right now, and Diana, one of the strongest looking players this entire series, has fallen flat on his face here in the final matchup of this season. There you go, chat. If I haven't hinted at it enough, it's Game 5 here of the IAL Finals. Team Exile on the blue side against Precessions on the red side, and this Justana pick. I've never seen Henry pull it out, and it's actually working out pretty well. Just 1-0 on the game for him. He's taking down these towers and putting Precessions in a position to win this game. They have a sizable gold lead, 3,500. And oh boy, Henry Rocks, he's looking for the solo kill here. Knocks back Demonic Crow, picks it up, and now he gets the reset, hops on out, flashes away from the third hyper proc. And Diana, he is way too far forward. Once again, just lost the flash. Has the assistance of Full Metal coming, but little does he know, Playgrounds is on the way as well. And looking for it. KRP taking a lot of damage. He's going to get dropped there. The pool not enough, but he will trade with N-. Mid for mid now. Those mid laners getting the short end of the stick this game. They're always fighting in the middle lane, always dying in the 2 versus 2s. One not necessarily doing better than the other. It's a nice little sidestep from Cat Person. Gonna dodge out a majority of this Vi damage. And there is the Assault and Battery, but he has no friends with him anymore. He wants to re-engage this, but little does he know, there's that stuff from probably going to stop that one out. Henry Rock's going to get locked up, going to get out of this one though, and Demonic Crow is actually now the one way out of position. He's going to fall down, and now that's a 1-for-0 in favor of Precessions. They're looking for more. Going to end up backing off. Team Exile getting absolutely desperate. We're 20 minutes into this game now, and they keep looking for these fights that just don't favor them. Misplays from every single member on the team. Missing abilities, going too far forward as a carry. Just dying in the 1 versus 1. It's not looking all that good from Exile in this Game 5. After coming out so strong, kind of losing their their edge in this last series. Now they're going to be losing that Infernal Drake. Luckily for them, they did pick up one a little bit earlier. They got an Infernal. Oh no, they only got a Mountain and a Cloud Drake. Sorry about that. We've seen so many Infernals this series, I just assumed they had one. That first Infernal of the game will be in the pockets of Precessions, and another Mountain is on the way, spawning around that 26-minute mark. Not really sure what Exile hoped to accomplish here. They're looking to kind of group up in the mid lane and push up, but they're not the ones that can be making the plays right now. They're not in any position to do it whatsoever. And they don't have the damage to cut through Poppy, to cut through Rek'Sai, when Lane is just, he's shielding them up all the time. It's so hard to do any sort of damage when Diana is this far behind. When Ezreal is still trying to scale up, he's not going for an aggressive build, he's going for the blue build. He's going for that Iceborne Gauntlet once again. And KRP, he didn't go damage either. He went Spear Massage first item. Now he's going Proto Belt, so that's still not all that much damage when you don't take into account the active. I don't know, Team Exile, they're just not in a great position in this one. And if you look at some of the scaling, yes, Vladimir and Ezreal can do a lot in the late game, but Poppy and Rek'Sai are going to be unkillable monsters, and it's going to be so hard for them to do damage to the really nice range of N- and Henry Rocks in this game 5. Obviously, anything can happen, and we have seen anything happen this whole series. You have to wait and find out, because we can't predict anything at this point. It's all up to these teams how they as individuals play this one out. They're just not willing to put that extra step forward here. No one wants to be the one to cost their team the game. No one wants to be the one to end this season on a wrong note. They're looking for the win, but they're not looking too hard. They want the wins to come to them. They don't want to take the aggressive calls, the risky calls. Diana, though, way too far forward, slams Playgrounds into the wall, but he's gonna surely get taken down to that bomb. Now Jarvan's helping. They're trying to go in on this one, but they're down a man, and now the Victor's coming on the side. They get no kills. 3 members drop. Holy KRB tries to trade back one, but it's just him and Full Metal Echo left. He's going down 4-for-1 in favor of Precessions, blowing this game wide open. 5,000 gold, 23 minutes in, 14-5 the kill lead. And Team Exile might have just lost it all right there. I don't want to count them out just yet because it's just 23 minutes in. But man, oh man, Precessions definitely came to play in this game 5, and Exile just not going for the plays. I mean, they tried to go for it. Jarvan's helping. He went in after losing Diana, and after that, all the focus is turned on him. He doesn't have to do any form of damage. His team is still scaling up, so trying to force this early is just really coming back to hurt Team Exile. Now they're on the short end of a 6,000 gold lead for Precessions. Add on an Infernal Drake and call it a day, because Precessions look like they want to be proceeding. Haha, I know, I'm great. To this Game 5 victory towards the enemy Nexus. But as I said, Team Exile, you can't count them out just yet. They want to do in this match what quite frankly Zenith could not do to Flashpoint. The Zenith on Tuesday, they were the underdogs. They were the 3rd place team, I believe, when Flashpoint was the 1st place team. The same story applies here. Exile, they came out strong in game 1, then they kind of trade games back and forth. And it's all up to these guys to try and make a mark, to try and turn that regular season where they finished 3rd into something great. Turn it from something good into something great, into a 1st place finish. Now Full Metal Echo, Ice Black Shield stops the knockup. That could have been a death, or at least a flash burnt from him. But now this bottom lane under siege. There's no one to try and stop this. Two-shot barrage gonna clear away the minions, but Cat Person can just tank this one up, because Henry on this Tristana, we saw it earlier this series from Demonic, it's so great at sieging down this towers, and it's working wonders for Henry in this game. Who needs his Ezreal, his signature Ezreal, when you've got this Tristana that is working out just as well? Diana looking like he wants to get solo kills. Or at least Playgrounds wants to solo kill him. I'm sure Diana wants to stay alive. But, you know, he's been both the strong point and the very, very weak point for Team Exile. And it's hard to say that because, yes, he's mechanically outplaying Playgrounds for this entire series, up until this last game when things just kind of fell apart for him and the rest of the team. But even in the games where he was dominating Playgrounds, he had a couple of tower dives in there, some bad plays, some overstays, where he just got ganked repeatedly, died 1v1 because of a tower to Playgrounds and lost a bunch of his leads that he was able to obtain. So if he had been less aggressive, been more calculated, more intelligent with his play, we may not have even made it to a game 5 because his split push is absolutely oppressive. I mean, you even saw him taking down the enemy Nexus. I just can't explain how massively these games tonight parallel those in the IPL finals on Tuesday, because it's so similar. And I mean, I don't know who was going to win. I'd love for both of these teams to win, but someone has to come out on top, and it's either up to Team Exile to play spoiler for the season on Precessions, or Precessions to stop this rebellion in its tracks. Now Playground's going on to KRP. KRP cools out. He's staying alive. He's healing up. But Jarvan's helping. Is diving in the back line. They get a shutdown. Team Exile have the kill at the start of this fight. They could look to turn this one around, but N- is just doing too much damage. They can't get on the back line. Henry Rocks takes down KRP, and after that, there's no one standing in their way. Full Metal Echo gonna get deleted by Lane Bauer. Playground's just stopping these recalls. They're gonna go for this Earth Dragon. Maybe a Baron. Oh, Baron a little bit over the top here. Cat Person has died, but a great fight for them that started off well for Exile. It's just that this Victor, this Tristana, they're popping off right now. They do too much damage. Tristana, Infinity Edge Runons is almost done with their Bloodthirster. How can you actually kill this champion? There's no way to do it because, quite frankly, Diana is too weak. Jarvan's helping. He has no damage. He's sure he can lock her down, but he can't single her out and take her down during that duration. KRP was relegated to dealing with Cat Person that entire fight. The only way they kill Henry Rocks is if both Diana, Jarvan's helping, and KRP all focus down the AD carry of Precessions. It just does not look like it's in the cards for this evening. Precessions now clearly ahead, definitively ahead in this game 5. Lull fired. The lull in the game has come. I'm just glad that Henry hasn't had the lag issues he had in game 1, because that kind of skewed the results, because remember, he was so far ahead in that bottom lane, and after that, you know, it was a couple of laggy fights where Demonic Pro got a couple of kills, and after that, Demonic was playing incredibly well for himself. But this game, no one on Exile stepping up to the plate, whereas Playgrounds has completely turned his play around. Yes, he got a ton of help from the Rek'Sai, but he's also just been playing well as an individual, something that, you know, we couldn't say for the rest of the games. He was definitely the weak straw, the weak link for the Precessions lineup, but this game number 5, with a little bit of support, with a little bit more self-sustaining of a champion, he's been doing just fine for himself. Sure, he's down in CS, but he is making his team, he's putting them in a position to win these fights. He's setting them up so nicely with some engagements, with some stuns, and can stop Jarvan from really getting into the fights and doing much. Boldly just, you know, sits at about 9,000 for Precessions. They can take their time a little bit, but again, they have to be worried, because if KRP can make it towards the very, very late game, I still think Precessions could win out, and should win out. But KRP and Demonic gonna scale very, very well, gonna be able to do a lot. Now, Playground's Diana duking it out in the bottom lane. It could go either way down there still. Frozen Mallet, you know, if Playgrounds takes the rough end of a fight, the Frozen Mallet just means he can chase him down for forever. But now KRP has to use the pool. He has been taken quite low there. And at the same time, Playgrounds, he's coming in for the flank. King goes down onto the Baron. We may see them go for it. They're ahead enough that they could bait a TP out, or simply turn and go for a fight. I don't know if Exile understand exactly what's going on just yet, but I believe the Spooky Ghosts gonna catch them out on their rotation. Now Fulminal Echo lands the bind on the lane Bower, and there's a TP coming in from Diana. They pull off immediately. And now it's Playgrounds, the top laner for Precessions with the teleport advantage. He's the one that can do the split pushing from now on. Or he can just look for the fight. He looks for the fight. He has the GA. And he's so tanky that even if he gets bound up, he takes relatively no damage. Gets himself out scot-free. I do believe Precessions playing this game a little bit safer than completely necessary. Should really be utilizing the 1-3-1 out of the Rek'Sai and the Poppy to really make these side lanes put them under pressure. But they're just gonna recall out, scream back onto the map. Oh, they could go back towards the Baron. They saw some recalls being channeled, I believe, and now that things go down, they can just continue to bait and turn until they find the perfect fight. They also have a Mountain Dragon to their name, one Mountain, one Infernal, so they are quite buffed up for this fight. Looking for it in the river. Playgrounds has spotted it out. He has his eyes on KRP. He goes in onto them. That's a knockup onto Jarvan's helping. Big ulti there from Playgrounds, but Caprison and him are caught out in the back line. They're just chasing down onto Diana, the champion that's not doing all that much, but it doesn't even matter. They don't need N-. Precessions are still winning this one out. The tether continues through the pool from Vladimir. He flashes, and Mike Black Shield stops any sort of stun attempt from Playgrounds. They lose their top laner. He doesn't have a teleport. Death timer's at 30 seconds. I don't know what he can possibly do, what Exile can possibly do to stop this Baron attempt, to stop this fight attempt. Because KRP, he gets locked up, he pulls out. They're gonna try and get this one, get a kill, but they don't. Jarvan's helping, he drops Demonic Bro. He's doing no damage, he's getting shredded by this Tristana. That's a double kill, and that's a final kill for N-, 4 for none. Flashing HP bars with 32 minutes in. They could go for this Baron, and it looks like they will. They're pushing on for this Baron. There's no one that can stop it. And bottom lane is just getting bombarded by minions. It's going to be taken down to about 3/4 HP. So a nice little setup for Precessions to go push down to the bottom lane if they so desire. Top lane pushing for them. All lanes in their favor. Going very, very well for them. They may just want to pick up another Mountain Drake on their way. That would be their second Mountain on the game. It's going to help them shred these towers, get into the base that much quicker. They do have the TP advantage from Playground, so they can work that up in the top lane or in the mid lane. Out of that Poppy, make that split push pressure. Just kind of divide, pull Exile to way too many corners on the map. Dragon is uncontested. Now it's just up to them. Up to them to finalize this game. It's their game to lose at this point. They're up 11,500 gold. They played this by the books. There's no way they should be losing this game 5. This game 5 is pretty locked in for them. The series, this season for Precessions, if they can hold on to this, make a good play, and with this Tristana taking this tower, double mountain should not be all that difficult. It's gonna drop this in half a second. Blue turret destroyed, and Diana goes in. It's a terrible dart. He's gonna be dropped. Playgrounds is unstoppable, and now KRP trying to do his damnedest to get into the back line, but he's gonna get locked up, stunned up, pushed back into the fight. Heavy Rocks is on a rampage, and he's jumping straight into the fight. Double kill. Can he go for more? He's looking for the triple. He flashes forward, does not get it, but he still wants more. This inhibitor is not long for the world. This Nexus is not long for the world, and this season of the IAL is definitely coming to a close here. 3 members down, the death timers are too much. Just under 35 minutes of the game, and that's be Jarvan going in, but it does not even matter. Ladies and gentlemen, Precessions are your victors of this season of the Imperial Amateur League. Absolutely fantastic play by Precessions. It was a rough start to a series, and Playgrounds, the turnaround player in that game 5, absolutely having a game for himself right there. Facing up, holding his own in the top lane against Diana's Gnar. And that's Precessions with a very convincing, probably the most convincing game we've seen in this entire set. Getting that Game 5 victory, taking the title of champion in this season of the Imperial Amateur League. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for them in the Twitch chat. And once again, I'm Ender L, and this is going to be me signing out for the end of the season. Signing out. Everyone at Paleo, thank you. On behalf of me and everyone else at Paleo, Octavian, Rex, anyone that has ever put any work into this stream, thank you so much. And thank you, the viewers, for tuning in to this season. We'll be back just around the corner for Season 4 of the Imperial Pro League. Any other leagues we may choose, go ahead and check out the website. Check out everything. And get your team signed up because the action will return next season. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Enderell signing out for the last time.